Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the December 30th, 2024 meeting of the Ware Board of Selectmen at 6:29 PM. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First up is public comment, and while anyone's making their way to the podium, I'll remind everyone that town offices are closed this Wednesday, January 1st, for New Year's holiday.
Jackie Pratt, Winter Road. I just wanted to file a couple of RSA 91As. I want to do one about T.A. Bolton and her job description as a town administrator, specifically why she is present at all committee meetings, what is stated in her contract as to why she is there, what are her duties while there, and what is contractually expected of her as far as any input at these meetings. Also, the second one would be on the Ethics Committee. I would like to know who had reached out to them either through email or postmail to show an interest to sit on the Ethics Board, starting in September of 2024 when Wendy Curry had resigned to present date. Did you want this? Or? No.
If you don't mind, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Anyone else for public comment?
Frank Campana, Quaker Street. The last meeting, Chair Lady Matthews made a suggestion in regards to the budget and year-end surplus also. She made a suggestion of paying off the debt of the highway garage, I think you settled on. And it sounded pretty good to me, but I also have to give credit to Selectman Bloom, because as I have stated many times up here over the years, Selectman Bloom made the comment that by paying that off early, it may free up money to add into future budgets. And I've always been of frame of mind that as far as government in general, town government specifically, there's never anything in savings, because whatever you do not have to spend on something or could eliminate spending, it gets rolled over to the next year into the budget, which can probably be tied to a permanent expenditure for the taxpayers. So again, again, having said that many times with regards to savings, I appreciate the idea, but it will never come back to help the taxpayer because you'll free up that money, whatever the between the interest and principal is going to be. It'll just get rolled over. I'm not going to go through it again, but I'll use the example of the savings in the highway department of fuel, $120,000, something like that. What was one of the big roll into the budgets was the $30,000 for for the highway guys for their bonus, for on-call bonus. So that's the perfect example, and it'll probably be a perfect example for me for a while, amongst another couple that I might have. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Frank. Anyone else for public comment?
Good evening, Richard. But could you tell me what the status is of the conservation land on East Street?
We just had a meeting this evening with lawyers, and we, as you know, changed counsel. So this was the first meeting we had with them relating to that topic. They're putting together some information for us, and we will have more information to share with you shortly. And by shortly, I mean a few meetings from now, at most, not shortly this evening.
So are both parties in agreement that you need to go through that process? and there would not be any warrant articles placed on this year's ballot.
Could you restate that,
Do
please?
both parties, Park and
Meaning us and
Recreation
legal?
and Conservation Commission, are aware of the process that you're going through?
They're aware that we've been talking with legal. They're not aware of the conversation that we just had with legal.
No, I would
Because
expect
we
not.
just had it.
Right. But you will
Not
be
sure if
sharing
that
that.
answers your question or not.
You will be sharing that with them, I'm assuming?
To the
It
extent
seemed like
that-
communication was a
Yeah,
problem.
to the
in past.
extent that it's, public information, yes.
There used to be a COLA, but now I guess it's considered employee raises that appears on the warrant, 5%. Are those going to be distributed based on performance? Are there going to be performance reviews for all the individuals, and is that money going to be distributed based on some type of scale?
Are you asking about last year's raises, how they were distributed?
No.
No? Okay. So we haven't put forward a warrant article of any kind yet for any raises of any sort.
Well, assuming they will be, will that money be distributed based on performance?
I know that they've talked about that in the past, as you know. I don't think they were this past year. I think they were across the board. I can't answer that for anything going forward because the board hasn't talked about it yet.
Thank you. And just as a follow-up, are performance reviews being done for all the employees in addition to department heads?
Yes, they will be.
Okay.
It's on one of the things we're talking about this evening, actually.
He said in addition to department heads.
Right. I have that on my,
Oh, okay.
also to talk about.
I hope you don't go through with the bond prepayment. It's a 10-year bond. We're in our last 2 years. And as anyone knows that has a mortgage payment or any other mortgage or car payment, especially with bonds, that the bank gets all their money, all their interest, first 3 to 5 years, 6 years. And now we're at the point where we're just paying a few $1,000s in interest on a $1 million bond. I think it was over $1 million. So I don't see what the benefit would be.
The only perceived benefit, and just to tell you what I was thinking when I proposed it, was that it takes it off of the operating budget from here forward. So then it doesn't become what Frank calls that free money, and I'm using my words, not his. So that was the reason for
Yeah,
talking
I think
about
there
it.
might be a concern that if you take it off now, that lowers your operating expenses by, I guess, 200, well, in a single year, maybe $140,000.
Yes.
Which you could then say, well, we're going to use the 140 and say we didn't increase the tax rate because it's, we saved $140,000 where you spend. I just don't see what the benefit is.
Well, it's
based on the-
asking for less money. Asking for less money.
I know, but we're in a 10-year, 2 years left, and I think we've all accepted the fact. Now we're at the point where the amount of money that we're spending is going towards the principal, not towards the interest. So the actual savings is only in interest.
Right, and that's one of the reasons we had the actual follow-up last week, is how much would we actually be saving by doing that?
Okay, yeah, and I doubt if there's much of a penalty at this point in time, but.
We'll talk about that
Yeah.
later tonight, too.
And I want to show my appreciation to the board by thanking you for going through the operating budget last meeting in detail. That needs to be done on a regular basis, just to let people know where.
Yeah, I know you were not in agreement with the process in which we did it, but hopefully you'll be understanding that we did go through it.
I am. Again, I think it should be done when it's presented, but.
Well, I have a different opinion of that.
I
I
know.
usually like to get the whole picture, see what it is I'm dealing with,
I
and
understand.
then go back and, get the facts, and then take action.
Yeah.
Get facts and take action.
Yeah, we did it that way when it was presented. We questioned and made adjustments, and then we did a final review with the department heads being aware
Yeah.
of any changes that we made.
Yeah, there's probably either a third option or fourth option or fifth option on how to do it.
Yeah.
It's different, but hopefully we get to a
But generally,
point
we
in
had it
which
done
we'll,
by December, early December.
well, deadlines are there for a reason. We'll make it, but, we're not gonna
Yeah.
not
And I
do
also
it.
appreciate the flexibility during public comment.
Yeah, so I know I usually don't respond to things, but when you have people that are asking the same things over and over again, or it's something that we didn't necessarily thoroughly discuss, the reasons behind it, possibly. I'm not opposed to comments and having some discussion, but it's not going to be the norm.
I think the flexibility is good.
Thank you.
And just one personal thing. A few weeks ago, I was in here questioning the CIP committee, subcommittee, and I was told that, well, the terms ended and they didn't reapply. And I don't even know if subcommittees have terms. I know some of the subcommittees that we currently have no terms. And just as an aside, I don't know if Ms. Matthews knows that you and Bruce Fillmore are listed on the town website as the two members for the CIP.
I'm aware I was listed, yes. If they had a subcommittee, I would have been their ex officio.
Okay. But I went back, because I thought there was a different reason why we don't have a CIP subcommittee. So I went back to the July 25th planning board meeting. You were in attendance at that meeting. And at that meeting, it was stated by a member of the planning board that the reason why we don't is that they all resigned, except for one person that moved out of town. So the information that was given to me last week, I can't accept it. I looked through the YouTube video of the last two planning board meetings. I didn't see that discussed at all. The only time it was discussed is when they decided, when they knew that there was no committee, and they took action to take over that responsibility and move forward. So,
Yeah, the only thing I would offer is that I was not aware that they resigned. If this board was notified that those folks resigned,
you were at the meeting when it was stated.
yeah.
Maybe, yeah, that's all right.
But, you know,
I don't hear
do
everything you
forget
say.
things too, I apologize.
Okay, thanks.
Anyone else for public comment? Okay, I have 6:42. We do have a hard stop at 7 PM for a public hearing, but if there's any department head or committee items before that, if anyone would like to go forward. Chief Moore?
Short one. So we've talked about Dodge transmissions before. 2 and 3, 2 we got fixed using detail funds. 3 we're not getting fixed because we're anticipating if we get a new vehicle. 5's transmission is going. So another consideration for end of year funds. Luckily, this is our last Dodge to do this on. I got an estimate for $4,920.08. It does not have to be paid for with end of year funds. While I don't want to commit half of my budget for next year to it, we can use dam funds to fix this. So not strong arming you or anything. End of year funds or dam funds, just for consideration later when we're discussing the budget.
You said 4,920?
$4,920.08, and only $840 was labor. The rest is all parts. So,
And do you know what's in the dam fund?
5,700, I believe, right around there. But it was enough to cover this.
Okay. Thank you.
I could do mine
David?
if this time before 7.
Sure, go ahead.
For the David Erickson, Chair of the Energy Commission. And thank you, James, for making me aware that you decided to cut our request down to the amount we predict for a banner, which will be useful at various events, including the local energy conference. And if we get to work on community power, I will be doing some publicity, and it'll be handy to have that banner. The reason why we requested more than that was 2 things. One is our membership fee for Clean Energy New Hampshire, which is an organization that helped us a great deal in getting that grant put in. We didn't win the grant, but I think it was a valuable experience, worth a try. They will make us aware of other grants that the town could benefit from, so having a membership will be helpful. They also give us 2 free tickets for the local energy conference, which Chris Conroy and I attended and found very informative. So we would like to be able to come up with that 300. There's an option to pay 500 and get 4 tickets, but I think 2 is enough. So if we could request that 300 in addition to the 125 for the banner.
The question that we had was, did the organization that you want to join, does it support the current mandate that you have through, I think it's RSA 38D? Or is it something that you want to do in the future related to energy, like the community power specifically?
I believe they'll help us with both, but we had a membership. Naomi came up with the money somehow for the first year. So we had that membership previously with our 38D work.
And I'm going off memory, so if it's, you know what I'm talking about when I say
Right.
38D, your current commission
Yeah. And is it
assignment.
56, or I say 56, something that would get us into community power, which we are interested in continuing to research, and indications are that they will help us with that
Okay.
as well.
But the Clean Energy New Hampshire membership will be applicable to your current mandate.
Yes, and it was due in earlier this month, and it'll cover us until next December. It would be handy if it was April 1st to April 1st or something more in line with our town process.
Okay. All right. Does anybody have any other questions for David regarding the $300?
So, just to clarify, you're asking for $300, like an end of the year, to pay for?
No, I think he wants it in his operating budget, if I understand, because it's going to be a yearly thing.
Sure, but the current membership has expired as of this month. You'd like to pay for that up front now, to pay for 2025.
If that was possible, but I don't know whether it is. If it's possible, we'd be glad to pay it more on time, or to have it in the budget.
Because otherwise, your budget doesn't start until it passes.
Yeah, so end of March or so,
Right.
yeah. The only other thing is I do hope to be working on community power, and at our next meeting, we may be able to get a representative to educate us on that and tell us how we could get into the coalition.
Is that the prime focus of your group at the moment?
Also getting energy audits on town buildings.
Because from when you guys were first up here, that was my impression, is that you're gonna work more towards energy audits than community power.
Yeah, community power is just such a win-win for the town. There's no question that it saves money for ratepayers, so I think it's worth pursuing. We need to
There's
educate
two
ourselves.
sides to that, but
Well, I'd be glad to hear any downsides, because I haven't seen them.
Well,
It's an
regardless of
opt-out.
the pros and cons, it's not what the committee is set up, the commission is set up to do right now.
Right,
So keep that in mind.
we can, but I think we
That
can
you
research it.
You have very specific things that you're supposed to be doing regarding to your current commission. And I would prefer, I'm not speaking for everyone, but I personally would prefer that you get those things launched and started and well on their way before you go and try and add more scope to that.
Okay, I have been
And
speaking.
if you're adding scope to it, other than just an informational session, it really would require you to be authorized to do so.
Right. I have been speaking with department heads about energy audits, spoke with the library, spoke with Eversource, and we can get up to $3,000 of funding for audits, which I will continue to
Good.
try to get
I mean,
Get
you
in
you heard us,
process.
hopefully, when we were going through the budget line items, it's, we really need a focus on how much energy we're spending, how many dollars we're spending on energy,
Well worth doing.
yeah. So,
Dave, when is the next Energy Committee meeting?
22nd is the fourth Wednesday, I believe.
Are you aware that there is a proposed zoning amendment in front of Planning Board for a solar ordinance?
No, and I should be.
Well, there was a request at the November meeting that they reach out to the Energy Committee.
Haven't heard it.
So I think the public hearing on that is January 9th at 7 PM. I think it would be worth, that's why I asked when the next meeting is. If the committee were able to provide some input as a committee, that'd be helpful. But maybe a next best thing would be some individual opinions,
And that's zoning board,
planning board.
planning board, I mean, yep.
It's
I'll try to s-
commercial only, I believe, but still solar related.
Yeah, so I'll speak with the chair if they're willing to give me some information on it ahead of time.
It's all on the town website right now. It's a public hearing. It's all, these are things that may potentially go on the warrant. Just like anything that we propose will go to deliberative session, anything the planning board proposes goes only to this public hearing and one follow-on one for like minor edits. But the majority of it will be decided at that January 9th meeting.
Thanks for the heads up.
thank you, David. Let's see. I'm going to skip down and get the manifest out of the way while we're waiting. I'd like to motion to order the treasurer to sign the payroll and accounts payable checks dated January 2nd, 2025, as included in the following manifests. Payroll manifest, $95,646.30. 2024 accounts payable manifest, $17,041.04. And 2025 accounts payable manifest, $84,663.04, for a total of $197,350.38. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Selectman Pratt. Any discussion? All in favor say yes or yay? Yes. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 4-0. Thank you. Okay. Anyone have anything that's 5 minutes-ish?
Yep, I think. Could we game plan how we're gonna get out of this meeting by 9:30?
Well, do something productive in the next 8 minutes.
Yeah.
We can talk about department heads and performance reviews. Let's see. We have the department heads. We had 3 last year, and we have a new one this year for fire. We need 2 volunteers per department head. And the task would be to look at their 2023 review, draft the 2024 performance review, bring it back to the full board for review, and take the lead in the performance review discussion with the department head. And then all of that needs to be completed by the end of February. I'd like to have it done before what we conceive as a possible board turnover in March. I'd also like to request the town administrator to notify us when all the remaining 2024 performance review discussions are planned and when they are completed.
According to your personnel policy, we did them in November.
You did them in November?
I did what I had to do here.
Okay. Can you kind of get a tally of everything that's been done
Sure.
everywhere?
When you say tally, you want by departments?
Yeah, like they had 6 to do and they did 6.
I know the police do on the actual anniversary dates. They don't do an annual.
Yeah, whatever the,
Fire, I'm not sure how he does his, but I can do that.
okay. All right, so TA, police, DPW, and fire. Anybody want to volunteer for any of those?
DPW.
TA.
Police? Fire?
How much do we need to double up?
I would like 2 people.
I mean, how many people need to do 2?
1 or 2 of us.
I'll do fire.
I can do
I guess
police
I-
and fire,
I guess I ask, yeah, because,
and we have to leave at least 1 hole for Benji.
we're volunteering for.
Wherever I need to be.
We need a second on TA, police, and DPW. I'm assuming that Selectman Knapp would probably volunteer for DPW.
So I can
I could
do TA.
do PD again. Depends again, how much we wanna repeat from last year, how much we wanna double up, but
You know, there's a thought that, you know, some consistency is good, but we have the documentation, so.
I'll do it.
And the other side of that is, well, difference of opinion is good too. See things that other people won't, positive or negative.
Yeah, I'll do PD as well.
Okay. You want to do TA?
Yep, I can do that one.
Okay. All right.
Did you get them?
Yeah, we just need to let Selectman Knapp know that we've assigned him DPW, and if he's not okay with that, to let us
Okay,
know.
I missed somebody, because I don't have anybody for fire.
Fire is myself and David Pratt.
And police is Salem?
Myself and Salem.
Okay, good to rest. And then DPW directors, Selectman Pratt and
Knapp.
Mr. Knapp.
Yep.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Three minutes.
A little bit of minutes feedback. Now, how deep you wanna go there?
We've got a whole page of minutes.
A lot of these were, I don't know which dates, I think all of them up through the 18th were looked at least once. Those have revised versions posted. I guess I
Yes.
can't say for sure that each of them has a revised version posted, but
I do believe they all have revised versions posted, September 23, 24, 37, 21, 28 October, and 4 and 18 November, all have revisions.
okay. And I spot checked not every single change, but changes I had asked for through those, and the changes were made that I had
Yeah,
asked for.
I did
that
the same.
spot checked.
So I guess we could do all of those as one motion if no one objects.
Sure.
Okay. So I would accept a motion to accept the minutes of the following list as modified. September 23rd, 2024, September 24th, 2024, September 30th, 2024, October 7th, 2024, October 21, 2024, October 28, 2024, and November 4, and November 18th, 2024. Would anyone like to move that?
So moved.
Moved by Selectman Bloom. Anyone like to second?
Second.
Seconded by Selectman Drury. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes or yay.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? That motion passes 4-0-0. That leaves us with 4 additional sets, November 25, December 2, 9, and 23, which 23 wasn't published, I don't think yet. So,
She actually has to do it tomorrow because of the holiday.
November 25 is not on this list, is that accurate? Which one is accurate? Should it or should it
No.
not?
November
it was
25th
skipped.
was published today. So it's on my list of open. It probably isn't on the agenda. I've got 6:59, so by the time I'm done talking, it'll be 7 o'clock. The Ware Board of Selectmen would like to hold a public hearing tonight at 7 PM for the purposes of hearing public testimony and comment on the acceptance of the following item. Acceptance of unanticipated revenue in the amount of $45,125 from Primex on an insurance claim where 2021 Chevy Tahoe Police Cruiser was considered totaled. So, I believe this is number 6 or number 5? 6. 5 was what we talked about earlier. Okay. I don't know if you have anything you'd like to add to that before I open up the public hearing at 7 PM. Does anyone like to open it up? I will open it up for public comment in the public hearing. Would anyone like to comment?
Frank Campana. I'm a little confused why Primex is covering the loss of this car. I read to you from the minutes of November 8th of this year, and I've already spoken to the police chief earlier before we came in the room that I wasn't trying to blindside him, but I'm reading from the minutes. From line 106 to line 108. Chief Moore stated Unit 6 was involved in a crash when a citizen turned in front of the cruiser while it was operating with emergency lights. I asked him that night of the 18th, as he left the room. There was reference that the car was going to Bank Chevrolet, so me kind of, in a sense of ignorance for the question, I asked him, I said, well, it must be a Tahoe. And he said, yes, it was, a Bank Chevrolet dealer. So he offered at that time the exact same, he offered, I did not ask him, he offered the exact same description as was in the minutes. Okay, again, I did not ask him. He offered. I felt a little uncomfortable taking his explanation. I didn't know if I really should have accepted it. But in any event, so that same set of minutes, it was noted that there was 16, the repair estimate, continuing line 108. The repair estimate, $16,234.77, right to the penny for an estimate on a repair. Other things happen like that too. So, I guess, well, I had this scripted, so let me do it the way I had it scripted. So, December 9th, minutes of December 9th, which leads to tonight's public hearing. Vehicle number 6. The vehicle was deemed totaled by the town's property liability provider, Primex. The insurance payout is $46,000 and $125,000, less $1,000 deductible. Well, that's almost a almost 28,000, little over, almost a $29,000 increase. Okay, so and you can stop me if this isn't germane to the public hearing. So I have to question. The first estimate is $16,000. I'm not looking for an answer. I wonder who the adjuster was. I wonder who the adjuster was on the second $45,000 to total it. Sounds like someone has a little bit of lack of adjuster experience. I mean, that's a big swing from $16,000 repair to a total loss of the car. I guess I have to wonder also if by the minutes of the 18th that when a citizen turned in front of the cruiser. I'm not experienced with car insurance. I mean, I had an accident on ice back in mid-'70s. My wife had an accident on ice, some few years over, but a single-car accident, wasn't a car accident. So I guess I have to wonder if the indication is that a private citizen turned in front of the cruiser, why is the town responsible at all? Why is Primex paying it? I just don't understand that. The fault should be pointed to the private citizen that turned in front of the cruiser. I mean, it's unfortunate that it happened, I understand that. Okay? Why are the taxpayers on the hook for the $1,000 deductible? If another person is at fault, why does the deductible, $1,000 deductible for the town and the taxpayers, why does that come in effect? I don't understand that. If number 6 is totaled, what is the condition of any equipment to be transferred? Again, we were talking about a $16,000 repair. I think the police chief, maybe somewhere, he did say that $16,000. The decals were not included in the original quote. That repair may fluctuate. So now we've gone to a totaled car. What does that do to any of the equipment that can get transferred? Does the board know that?
We were provided that list, and I'm going to ask the chief when you're done talking to come up and address that.
Okay. I may be a little bit of a cynic when it comes to government in general, town government, my taxpayer money. I'm not accusing anybody, but I just kind of conjure up in my mind that now that the car is totaled, maybe there was some type of plan created between Primex, the adjusters, and again, I'm not accusing, it's just conjecture on my part, and maybe even the police chief, came up with a plan to get a new 2024 cruiser for only $16,000, because that's what the money that was needed added to the 45 to bring it up to what this new replacement cruiser was going to cost, plus the deductible. So these are questions in my mind, and boy, I'll tell you, I guess the board has answers, but it just seems very odd to me that we're on the hook for, and the insurance, our insurance is on the hook for a replacement car. Because if we're on the hook for it, by any stretch of the imagination, then what's that going to do for our liability insurance? What kind of increase is that going to be? I'm sure Primex is not going to, forego that. And I will say this, in regards to the little that I talked to someone else who kind of knows what goes on with insurance claims. By Primex, and I say part of the plan, by Primex totaling the car, Primex is not going to keep that car. They're going to sell it either a salvage, or they're going to get rid of it to somebody that can use parts. As evidence of one of the cruisers that was sold at the White Farm that had needed a $10,000, $13,000 transmission. I don't remember the dollar amount, but the town got quite a sum for that police cruiser because somebody wanted it for parts. So Primex is not going to lose out. They're going to sell that car. That's all I have.
Thank you. Chief, would you like to address the equipment transfer?
Sure. Couple of them. Who did the assessment? So obviously we weren't there, from our understanding, Primex sends out an adjuster to do the initial assessment at banks. That's where the 16,000 assessment came from. They don't take anything off the car. That's just a visual inspection. Once we sign.
For the estimate, they don't.
For the estimate,
they don't
right.
take
They're not under the car.
To see what's behind the visible damage.
Correct. They're just looking at the visible damage. Once we signed the paperwork with banks to perform the work based on the initial estimate, they actually started taking the car apart, learned that the frame was bent. The only all the equipment is transferring except for the push bumper, which was also damaged during the crash. Mr. Campana's comments as far as why are we paying is right in line with ours. Be more than happy to provide those, but both the town administrator and myself were going back and forth with Primex. We're not liable for this accident. Why are we paying anything? Why isn't the insurance company suing the driver of the other vehicle? And got nowhere with that.
My personal experience, not with Primex and certainly not with government, is that usually that happens after they pay for whatever it is they're gonna pay for. And then if they're gonna sue, they do it after they've settled. And at that point, they would return whatever your deductible was,
Yeah,
if they settle.
We were on that same track, so.
But I'm
we're
not saying
in
that's,
agreement with what
that's
you're saying.
Primex's policy. I'm not saying that
Sure.
because I don't know. That's been my personal experience in the past.
Yeah, but many of his questions were our same questions. Why are we out? Because obviously we were not liable for that, so. Did I miss anything? All good?
Yeah, just reiterate that all the equipment's being transferred except for the push.
Push bumper, and that's the only thing we're waiting on. Everything
And
else,
of course, we would need new decals.
yes. New decals, that's it.
Okay. Does that answer your question, Frank, as far as the equipment?
Salvage yard.
Oh, so Primex, we did check into the vehicle, what happens to it after Primex purchases the vehicle. They're under contract with the salvage yard where the salvage yard has to get the vehicle. Because those were new tires on that, we were looking at, we could buy tires or something off of it, because we just put those on in September. Couldn't
We
get them.
tried to buy it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Just, would you mind, I think he just has one quick follow-up, Tom?
Of course, I've never been the brightest bulb in the bunch, but, so, Primex makes good on the payment, and then Primex goes after the other insurance company?
I'm not saying
Or the
that's how
person-
Primex does it. I'm just saying that has been my personal experience with car
Okay.
insurance.
Okay, well, that kind of makes
I
sense to me.
believe what I heard is that
But
TA
shouldn't that
Bolton is
be,
working on that.
shouldn't that be formulated? You know, with Primex, shouldn't that be
It's their
kind of in
decision.
writing to?
It's their decision, from my understanding, but
So what if they don't decide to go after the person that supposedly is at fault? Then what happens?
I,
Hello, taxpayer is stuck with it?
I don't know that
No,
if they
I-
do anything, how much would it cost us to recover $1,000? We'd have to look at that. Probably cost us some sum to get $1,000.
Okay, well, maybe when this is all said and done, this new car is on the road, maybe there'll be a full explanation publicly stated on, you know, step by step what happened with that, and how much the taxpayers are responsible for through somebody else's fault, apparently. Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Tom.
Tom Clow, 125 Concord Stage Road. Just have one question. Will this money be encumbered toward the purchase of a new vehicle, or will it simply go into the general fund?
Beth can correct me if I misstate this, so listen up. We've already authorized the purchase of the new vehicle out of the general fund, so this would go in to replace that into the general
So
fund.
it will,
She's shaking her head, yes.
in a sense, it's going to pay for part of
We'll
it.
pay for part of it.
Okay, thank you.
But it's not being encumbered because we've already done that step.
Okay, thank you.
Richard Butt. It's pretty much a no-brainer, I think. One thing I'd hope the board would require is that the vehicle that was damaged was a 2021 Tahoe, scheduled to be replaced in 2028. And I'm hoping that if you had a capital improvements plan that was projected for 5 years, then in 2028, we should not see a vehicle included or requested for that year. I would like that commitment to be made at some point in time, because we are taking the 21 out, scheduled for replacement in 28, and we're getting a 24 that's going to well beyond the 28, so there should be no need for a vehicle in 2028.
We did have that discussion with the chief, and he's gonna come up and answer that if you'd like.
And
Anything
just,
else? Not trying to rush you, just wanna make sure I'm getting everything before I have the chief come up.
I appreciate not being rushed. It's like being in a restaurant, you know?
No, I wanted, I'm not trying to rush you, I just, if you.
I know.
Yeah.
The $16,000 is coming out of is being taken out of the money that was going to be used to reduce the purchase of a 25 vehicle, is that correct?
Yes,
So that's going to increase the cost on the warrant for that vehicle by $16,000.
yes.
I would hope the board would do something with surplus to help offset that. Not in total, but at least put something towards it. I would hope. And just want to make sure that the amount of money that we're putting into that vehicle beyond the insurance reimbursement is going to cover all the costs necessary. I didn't realize that the push-bar bumper, whatever it is, was damaged. Where is that coming from? Is it coming from his budget to cover that cost of repair? That's all. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
So I did do a reprojection of when vehicles would be replaced, and this is on the assumption that one would be replaced annually. It's on the fleet life cycle plan. If we did skip one vehicle, and 6 is now projected to be 2030 replacement instead of 2028. If we did skip 2028, what that would do, we would have to increase the life cycle of vehicles 3, 5, and 6 to 7 years, which would of course increase the repair and maintenance cost, because what we're seeing with the Dodges, they're all about that time frame. If we did not skip a year, then we would have 2 vehicles, 7 and 4, which would have a 5-year life cycle instead of a 6. So either we're getting 2 vehicles with a 5-year life cycle, or we're going to have 3 vehicles with a 7-year life cycle, because of this change, is how it worked out on the projections.
And he also asked whether or not everything was covered in the purchase price that we did 2 weeks ago, including the bumper and the decal. I believe that was yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up. I didn't fully follow. Is he saying there still will be vehicles required in 28? How many vehicles did he have on his, I don't have his plan in front of me. How many vehicles was he getting in 28? I'm assuming it was just one, right? So we don't have a vehicle that fits into that slot any longer based on life cycle.
So it would be up to every, finance committee, board. If we skip 2028 and don't get a vehicle that year, we have 3 vehicles, which will have a 7-year life cycle instead of a 6-year life cycle. Everything's projected as a 6-year life cycle. If we get a vehicle in 2028, now we have 2 vehicles, which are only going to have a 5-year life cycle.
Which you would get more money for when you
Correct.
traded them in.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it's either keep 3 at 7 years and more than likely repair costs and maintenance costs are going up, or get rid of them where we get more value for what we're trading in for 2. Either, it's, everyone's choice.
Any other public comment? Okay, I'll close the public comment section at 7:18 PM and open it up for board discussion.
We've talked about it at length at this point. There was a little bit of additional detail today, but I don't think it dramatically changes anything that we've already talked about.
Anything?
I know previously we talked about used vehicles, and this is definitely a better situation compared to some of the pricing out there. So, all points taken. I don't, we should move forward with this.
Agreed.
I don't think in the past we talked about it, but I don't think we actually took a formal action to run down whether or not Primex would refund the $1,000 deductible under any circumstances, so can we take that?
To inquire about it? Yeah. Yep.
And formally close that?
Mm-hmm.
Anything else? Okay, I'll accept a motion to accept the unanticipated revenue in the amount of $45,125 from Primex for an insurance claim on a 2021 Chevrolet Tahoe Police Cruiser, cruiser number 6, and deposit that into the general fund.
So moved.
Moved by
Second.
Selectman Bloom, seconded by Selectman Drury. Any further comment? All in favor say yes or yay.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Okay, motion passes 4-0-0. I will close the public hearing at 7:20 PM. Okay. All right, I think that brings us to 2024 financial year-end discussion. Beth?
Not much has changed from last week.
Thank you.
Meaning I had no new requests. Chris? Don't know if all of you had a chance to see your email this afternoon regarding the payoff of the loan.
Yes.
As you know, paying it off costs more than if we continue paying our annual payments.
Yeah, would you summarize that for the public?
Yeah, let's see if I can this one. So it costs more to pay it off early. Currently, we have $272,000 in principal payments that are due, one in '25 and one in '26. Well, together combined, sorry about that. And we owe $7,548 in interest. So our total debt is $279,548 for the garage. If we pay it off early, we're subject to a prepayment premium of $2,720. So our total payoff amount will be $279,752, which is $204 more than our current schedule. So I'm assuming it was a great idea.
Any questions for Beth on that one? I'd say we'd take it off the idea list.
Yep.
It was definitely worth looking at.
So I guess we can just go right through and discuss the request. So start with the police carport. Do you wish to put that on the warrant?
Maybe we can start with the encumbrances that we had, like we had the voting machine
Okay, town clerk.
encumbrance that we need to re-up. So
Yep.
that's something that we definitely have to do.
The voting machine is a definite.
Right, so is there anything else like that that we need to make sure we take off the top, quote unquote?
No, that is the only encumber.
Okay. So I would definitely say we need to worry about the voting machines for encumbering that money again.
Are you strictly just the 7,000 that was, or the 14?
Yeah, the 7,000 was what we previously encumbered
Yep.
for the actual voting machine.
Yep.
And so that's the only thing I'm discussing right
Great.
now. There's another 7,000, that's the accessible voting system, which is a new capability that we have to take because the state's no longer doing it.
Correct.
They put that back on the towns. That is not the same 7,000, and it's not part of the 7,000 I'm talking about.
Great.
Okay. Clear as mud?
Clear as mud.
It's a lot of 7,000s in voting machines. Okay. Okay. Is there anything else like that? I think I asked and you said no. Okay. All right. So I guess then take it from the top.
Okay, so everyone's in agreement that the voting machine will be encumbered again for '24?
Anyone not in agreement? I think I heard yeses before, so, okay. Do you need a vote on that?
No.
Okay.
When we're all done, I'll need one, but not individually. Okay, yep, I just want to move this along. So
Please.
do you intend on putting the carport on the warrant article, or do you intend to use surplus funds for the carport?
Chief Moore has his hand up.
Oh, thank you.
So, I just wanted to clarify, the warrant article and the current price are different because we're operating under a current quote that will expire, and I projected an increase, I forget of how much. But for the carport, they are honoring their first quote, which was an actual erroneous quote on their part. They were about $4,000 short because they didn't include additional struts on the roof. I believe that's what they were, to support the snow load here, but they were going to provide that anyway. So they are honoring the $21,000, I think it's $8, $21,006, and then about another $3,500 worth of electrical work. So we can get the carport currently for $24,500, whereas the warrant article would be $30,000. Just want to ensure that was clear.
And is the same thing true for the water filtration system? This is 30 and we've seen 35.
Yes, it's actually lower in both cases. I got a current quote a couple of days ago. It's for $28,955 to do the system. That also will expire. I projected 10%, so I lowered the warrant article cost to $32,500 rather than $35,000. I can't see it going up more than 10%. He said project 10%, and you should be good.
Okay. Do you guys want to hear all these before we say yes or no to anything, or do you want to do it individually?
Hear them all.
Okay. So either fire or town clerk.
Let's just go down town clerk. For the printer, copier, scanner, that is a quote from Umbral. He did some research on what they need in there and gave us an estimate for $575.
Okay. And we briefly talked about the accessible voting system that's now required by the state, so that's the 7,000, the second 7,000. Anything to add on that one?
Nope, we're still waiting. Hopefully by January, they're gonna have a tighter number, but they're telling everyone that the device range is between 4 and 7.
Okay.
When does it have to be purchased?
It has to be purchase ordered, when's your next meeting, January 6th? Prior to that.
No, legally. Is that your question, legally?
Yeah, I know there's a time frame.
Yeah, when does it have to be put into use? Is it
Oh.
March?
Yes, okay. The actual voting system? Oh, sorry about that. So what's gonna happen is they're going to obtain it in '25, put the software in it, but it's not going into effect until the '26 elections.
We don't have to do something the next month or so to get it
No.
operational.
No. But during '25 is when they are going to obtain it and put the software in, so they're up and running for the elections in '26.
Okay. Fire?
We spoke on both of those last week. The pump repair to engine 2 and the generator at South Station.
The generator at South Station, I think we said go out for quotes, correct?
We did. They're due January 6th, though, so.
Right.
We've had a couple people inquire.
And the repair on pump repair on engine 2, did we do anything with that last week?
You did. You approved it.
I thought we did.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's already gone.
Was there a motion on that?
There was,
I didn't catch it, sorry.
no, because the minutes haven't been posted.
Okay.
Just through tomorrow.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, DPW?
I guess I asked, I'm pretty sure I asked the question last time, can we encumber the generator money if we don't actually have a PO in hand, if we've only put out a request for quotes?
We have a quote now for 12,000.
Right, okay. Great,
If the other ones come in higher, we'll have to take it out of
okay.
next year's.
If they come in higher, we'll go for the lowest one anyway, right?
Probably you guys will, yeah.
Okay. Anything else? DPW?
Again,
DPW?
both these items were discussed last week. Is there anything you want to hear more on those? Any more questions you thought? No?
We did hear from the chief of police earlier about transmission for number 5, $4,720.08. So probably needs to be in the consideration. And then we have list of warrant articles, the topics, not anything we've agreed to, but would there be anything from that list that anyone would want to consider using year-end funds for?
How much money is that?
Sorry, from which list? From what?
Just the warrant article topics that we've accumulated.
So, if all the requests that are listed on this sheet are accepted by the board, that leaves $415,293 to give back to the voter.
And that included the transmission for 5?
No, it didn't. I have that coming out of the Clough details. But
Okay.
I will put it in here if you'd rather have it come out of this.
It's not a rather at this point, it's just a discussion.
Okay. I thought you were,
No, and
Coming out
you
of
gave us
Clough.
2 options.
okay.
As you guys asked last week, we did put together, the chief and I put together a proposal for a warrant article for the gear. We settled on 9 sets of gear coming up to $54,000, I believe was going to be the warrant article. And also, we have come up with or the chief came up with a rotation pattern, so we're able to, as we progress going through with our normal budget, we're able to keep adding on to that and have a cycle, a life cycle to get that through. But the 54 was for 9 sets of gear that would do myself and the full-time employees.
Okay.
So if there's any consideration for that, that would be fantastic. And the chief has a chart here that he made up that would explain some of that too.
Thank you. And just to finish out with the topic, financially, does it reduce anything off the operating budget for 2025?
Well, we already cut the gear. I cut that last week.
We did? Okay.
Yep, so,
All right. Thank you.
yep. Thank you.
Okay.
Do you need him to explain what you're looking at?
I think I understand it, but go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted, sorry, Beth, I don't want to cut you off.
No, I just wanted to get that number in
Yeah.
before I forgot it.
I just want to make sure that you guys understand what, kind of what I laid out here, and I'm not the best at Excel, so cut me a break, I'm still learning. This was pretty good for me, so this is based off either the year, I didn't realize last week we cut it down so far to 10,000, so this was more looking at that line item staying around the 18,000 mark. I know we originally talked about 25, it had been reduced to 20, now that it got reduced to 10. But we could still make this plan work fairly well in the future with 10,000 to 12,000 range. We'd at least have to get that line to 12,000 because it's about $6,000 a set, 5,600 and some change, and that gives us a little bit of wiggle room. If somebody needs a pair of gloves or an extra hood or something like that that they tear. With the warrant article at 54,000 for the 9 sets, so eight sets plus one for the chief. Would allow us to, in 2025, to continue with our budget line item, purchasing 2 sets of gear per year, having us caught up to the current roster status. That's assuming no one else joins, which on average we have like at least one person a year that needs a new set of gear. That's why I kept that yearly line at 18. And that gave us a little bit of wiggle room. And then starting in 2032, we're actually starting to replace that full-time gear at about the year 7 mark. Which gives us a little bit of storage, right? So if somebody does join, hopefully we can, squeeze them into say, like, okay, you were close to this guy's size, at least for a year or two, your gear's not going to be quite so cozy, but it's something to cover you. That's within date. I just kind of wanted to at least explain what you guys are looking at there, if you have any questions on that. But hopefully that'll get us into a better rotation in the future where we don't run into this kind of compression issue.
The service life of the equipment is 8
Still 10
years or
10
10
years.
years?
Yep, still 10 years. And also really looking at the PFAS-free, outside of, everyone needs gear because it expires in 10 years. Looking towards the future, if going towards the PFAS-free. They haven't set a deadline for that yet. Besides, they recommend that you issue PFAS-free gear when it becomes available, which means when it becomes available, I'm sure some people are going to start chasing that deadline at some point as well. We just don't know that. Deadline yet. I'm sure it's coming. There's already a House bill in effect that says we recommend that you purchase PFAS for a year. So I can't imagine it's that far behind as well.
And all 9 sets that you would purchase would be PFAS free?
Our hope is to do PFAS free. Our current distributor, Globe, was testing a PFAS-free set line, and they just set it back to the side, and they said it's to be determined as of right now because they were having issues with the seals. So we're really hoping in the next year to see that. And yes, that's our goal, is to purchase PFAS-free gear.
They're projecting in the first quarter.
Yeah, we're hoping to know an answer in the first, somewhere between, January and March, I guess, would be first quarter-ish. But like I said, they had one in testing that was just about done, and they were failing at the seals. Unfortunately, we have to wait for that to come back. Because we had already purchased a set, PO'd a set for Scott Sanborn, our newest member, and waiting for that to finish, and they sent us a letter and they said, hey, we'll get back to you. So that's the hope, yes. We don't want to purchase any more gear that has PFAS in it. Thank you, guys.
So just for the, the warrant article discussions, topics that we've been having. Again, we haven't gone through the warrant articles to solidify them, so we've talked about the cruiser and the carport. We've talked about the water filtration system. There is body-worn cameras, police tasers, police cruiser, plow truck, roadside mower, scale for transfer station. I'm not going to talk about the CPR devices in the engine because those would be funded out of the ambulance vehicle equipment ambulance fund. We've got the radios.
Had we ever talked about a dollar amount for this grant opportunity matching?
No, we haven't. We just said a couple times it'd be nice to have a pool of money that we could use for matching opportunities for grants. Because right now we have to figure out where to take it from the operating budget. There's not anything specifically set aside that gets basically given back if it's not used that year. But we don't have anything like that. So, we saw, I think the last one we saw, we needed 3K, 3,500? Okay. So it's not exorbitant. but,
No, that's kind of why it jumps out to me. It's small, but I think it only really matters if there are any potential grants between now and the vote. So I'm kind of looking at all the department heads a little bit, if they're considering anything between now and March. Any grants?
We're trying for another cruiser, but it won't be that soon.
Okay. Then,
So no,
no.
okay.
I really like the idea. I hope it passes.
So not no to the idea, just no to paying anything out of end of year funds?
Correct.
Okay.
And I think, right now, we're talking about encumbering, but you also have the opportunity, when you do a warrant article, that you can use some of your fund balance. Keep that in mind. You know how one year we've offset some of your warrant articles by taking a withdrawal from the general fund. That has the cost of zero, not,
Yes, so what you're
Not
trying to
arguing.
make sure I'm not doing is conflating the two issues. What it needs to be encumbered
right, you're asking
versus
what is need to be
warrant articles.
encumbered, and then what doesn't get
I
encumbered
kinda
gets
was
put
doing
into
that.
the general fund,
Thank
and
you.
then you can withdraw from the general fund or offset your warrant articles from the general fund as well.
Yeah, so I think she's nicely reminding me that we don't have to do that tonight. That we can do that when we go through the warrant articles.
9:30 is around the corner, no.
Yeah, okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so, carport at 30, water filtration at 28,955, transmission for number 5, 47,2008, if we don't use dam funds. Printer copier, $575. Accessible voting system, $7,000. Generator, South Station, $12K. 9 sets of gear, $54K. Asset software, $15K, and a spare plow, $10K. Okay. Did I capture everything? Anything you want to take off? Is that an easier ask?
Are you encumbered list? On your encumbered list?
Mhm.
Okay, because I was gonna say, your list you went down through, I have a couple of updates in
Okay.
talking with Chief Moore, but that's
Okay.
warrant articles.
Okay.
I guess, maybe those are the two, since they are crossed off on this list, the carport, the water filtration system. Are we actually discussing them?
I think so. We have the opportunity to spend less money on them than we would if we sent them to vote, but we're taking the choice away from the taxpayers if we do that. I talked last time about, specifically about the filtration system. I do think that that's a health and safety issue. And it is something that should be addressed sooner rather than later. And if it goes to warrant and fails, no means no. And being a health issue, I don't think we should allow that to happen. Not saying I don't, it probably sounds bad that I don't quote-unquote trust the voters, but
That's
They-
part of our job.
yeah, I was just saying, part of our job is to manage risk, and I think that this is a risk item.
I would put, fire equipment in that same bucket. I think that was the ask of last week, was how can we buy down the spikiness? That was a very high priority one. It is definitely a safety thing. The people that work for the town are more important than anything else on this list. So I would put the two of those, and those may be the only two I'm interested in.
Okay? Other thoughts?
Too interested in keeping on police and fire, is that where you're at?
The
So-
water filtration and the
Water
fire
filtration,
gear, but
yeah.
the carport to me is not a, like, life and safety type issue.
Yep.
It's a quality of work,
Right.
but it's technically probably not a safety issue, other than if it's snowing really hard, you only have one car in the bay.
And I guess the compelling argument is the one that it would cost less money, but it was the same argument last year with the asset software with DPW.
Right.
We said no. The budget was shot down. Here we are again.
Yeah, the difference between those two things, the carport and the asset software, and I am a firm believer that we need the asset software, but the asset software comes with a, I think $9,000 or $10,000 recurring fee every year for software. So it is a little bit different than the carport. The carport will eliminate storage, and I don't remember the cost of that, but it was a couple,
come out of my budget.
2,500 per year? Okay, I was saying, I thought it was maybe a couple hundred a month, so about that,
200,
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So it pays for itself in 10 years.
And and it'll be 12 years
right,
if we put it on the warrant and the voters said yes.
right. But if they say no, then it's 30,000 they don't want to spend at all, or 24,000 they don't want to spend at all, so.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm on board with the water filtration system, for sure. And the other was the gear, is that
Yep.
that where you were? I mean, we gotta have these guys safe when they're out there. And to be able to get us on a plan is definitely where we need to be.
And it's exactly what we asked them to do last week.
Yep.
We asked them to come and tell us what's it gonna take to get something that is sustainable in the budget year after year after year. And they're telling us this is what it's gonna take.
So, again, I'm on board with the water filtration and the gear as well.
Anything else?
Now, as far as the car, the dam funds out of that, were we using those funds for something else last week?
Typically, we use that to offset a warrant article. Long-term projections now, based on if we have another vehicle accident, there's not really a fund to offset the difference between what we get for the insurance payout and to get the new vehicle. So I would start building that up so we have a good $20,000 in case we have a future accident where I have a fund. Here's where we're getting it from to pay for the next car, the difference.
Yeah, what was Sergeant Frisbee was in last week, you gave us something on on the warrant article, there's 5,000 that you wanted to come from somewhere. It wasn't the dam fund, it was something else.
That was, another 5,000 from the detail fund.
Detail fund.
Detail
Okay,
fund.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so just to, there was 6,000 out of the dam fund previously for that. So after we take that 6,000, there's still the 5,000 left.
Yes, 7,200 is the current balance, roughly. So we have about 2,200.
You are
left.
correct, there was a discussion about this dam fund. It wasn't part of what we authorized last week. It was just recapping everything that had happened to that point, and dam was part of that.
Okay.
Do I remember correctly, the spare plow we talked about last week, you said if we don't do it now, you will put it into the warrant article? It's like the third time I've asked you, I apologize.
I will try. That doesn't leave us in a good position this year. It'll help out next year. If we have a accident, something catastrophic failure, we'll be without a plow. So,
We will be without that plow, but not any plow.
well, yeah,
Okay.
one plow out of.
To say we would be without a plow is,
Does that put a truck down because you don't have a plow to put on?
It'll still be able to salt. I mean, we don't have any plows that are worth us putting money into for us just to trade in the next 2 years. Like I said last week, I believe it was 2020, we got a truck with a snow plow, that was going on to a different truck for a different route. And we didn't end up getting 2 head plows that year, so that truck came without a head plow. So that's one instance where we're kind of backed up here.
if we said yes today, how quickly could you get one?
They're on the ground at HB Fairfield, so fairly quick.
And do you have the people to use all the, if that truck were down and could only salt, do you have all the people to even make that truck worthwhile?
I got a butt in every seat.
Hate to harp on the software. Going back, do you have any type of ROI that you can consider on this?
So I reached out to one company. So I'll just read you the email I got back. Hi Jason, I appreciate you reaching out. It's a very difficult thing to answer. I do not have any cost savings data to share. It is a terribly hard thing to quantify since circumstances are so vastly different between one agency to the next. The best I have to offer is a couple spotlights, current customers, where they have discussed their experiences and how it's improved efficiencies in their department. So I've tried
Yeah.
very hard to come up with a concrete number for you guys that I could say you're gonna save this much, but
Let's think. It's gonna be, so it's $9,000 a year for maintenance.
yep.
We're gonna save $9,000 a year. That becomes a question.
Yeah.
I don't care if we, if we save 20, that's great, and then it's better than, but are we at least gonna save $9,000? Can you see any situation where that comes to fruition?
I don't see how you don't save that kind of money. It's gonna improve efficiency across the board everywhere in the department. We can use it for code enforcement. Other departments can jump on if they want. They bill it out for how many users you have. So I think that number is up to 50 users. So that's plenty to cover most departments. Obviously, however, that gets billed out at the end of the year between all departments will be up to finance and the department heads and whatnot, but just the speed in which things will be able to get done, the reports at the end of the year for you guys, I think it's worth it.
So the software that you're looking at right now, would that be just for the DPW, or can anybody jump on that right now? Or do they need another module installed?
No,
for-
so they just go by how many users. So I can have DPW work orders, and then code enforcement, the building inspector, whoever, they can have their own login and they can have their own work orders. And there's only gonna be, 3 or 4 people will be department heads if they jump on that software that will be able to adjust anything.
And you said, so there are 50 seats in this.
Yes,
in this right
all
now.
the companies that I got a quote for last year, there was a range in what they charged and how many users, but yeah, generally, like, the first step is up to that 50 user number.
And how many would you be using?
Just our department,
Yeah. So what,
Is that 20 or less?
less than 20, 15, 16, 17. Depends on what we have for part-timers.
yeah, that's more like I was getting at. Are you looking at just the driver? I would assume office staff to know about up top, or if it's just highway, or.
Yeah, so the transfer station will be able to use it, those guys, if they want to put in a work order for maintenance on
Yeah.
equipment. The highway foreman would be he'd be able to go in there and change things around, and I'd be able, if I was taking a day off ahead of time, I could just say, hey, foreman, check this, whatever. Divvy up the orders to the guys. On the other hand, the guys would be able to go in if they're on downtime and say, oh, I got an hour at the end of the day. Let me go see what project I can get done. Maybe there's a pothole somewhere. They're gonna go fill it. They can go in into that software, say it's done. I did this date, such and such. Then obviously we can keep track of that stuff where we're having reoccurring problems. So if there's something that, slips through the cracks and, hey, maybe this has just been getting band-aided for the past 2-3 months, let's go actually see what's going on here, see if we can fix it right and be done with it. So there's a cost savings there. I can't put a number on exactly how much it would be.
So these canned reports or something that will give you like you say, you've got an instance where you're going out doing multiple repairs, and how does that hit you in the face without searching for it? Is there something that brings that up to floats to the top so you can see it? Is there some type of dashboard report that?
There is, yep. So, you can, once you log in, it's all different for every different software, but essentially there is a dashboard for every single one. You can go to roadwork, you can pull up on the map a certain area, so maybe it's Quaker Street. If you click on Quaker Street, you can go ahead and see what work orders we're on Quaker Street. And then if you want to pull work orders from a certain date to a certain date, you can do that. Check that out.
So you basically look at your most serviced areas, top 10 most serviced areas, have a feel for what's going on, dive into it and say, hey, we should be out there fixing something more than just putting gravel or dirt down.
Yeah, so like I said, there's a bunch of things you do as far as like dates to dates. There's also, like, if I want to look up all my cold patching work orders that have been completed, I can search those, or I can look at all my cold patching work orders that are open. I can search those. It's very in-depth.
Likewise, you can look at a history at a certain point, corner of this street and that street, and say, we cold patch that 3 or 4 times a year.
Yep.
Might be time to do something else at that
Yep.
location.
Guardrail work. Hey, we've fixed this guardrail once a year, every year for the past 5 years. Let's look at road deviation here. What's going on as far as road safety? What can we do to improve that? Maintenance on our vehicles, keep track of all the maintenance we do on fire, all the maintenance we do on police. It's not everything, but what we do. We can keep track of that, look at records of that. So I know both chiefs keep pretty good records, but if there's something that, hey, can you just look this up for me real quick, see what happened on such and such a date? Yep, no big deal, be done. At the end of the year, if they want a report of what DPW has done on their vehicles, we can pull that up. We can keep track of parts. We can, if we want to, we can keep track of prices on parts. It hasn't been a big deal on our end in the history that I've seen. Keeping track of those prices as far as what we've spent just for this certain filter. I know Beth keeps track of, obviously, total end of the year, what we spend on vehicles, but we can just look at a trend, see if stuff's getting in more expensive, if we need to shop around more, whatever we need to do.
The software you're looking at, is that prevalent software in the industry, or are there other softwares?
Yeah,
that
so
you look
the one
at?
I have quoted is the same one that Goffstown DPW uses. A lot of highway departments, DPWs use that.
And they're the ones you talked with?
I talked to Goffstown, and it's escaping me now.
For some reason, I thought you said Hillsborough before, but
Yeah, it could have been. I've been on the phone with about 100 DPWs the last 2 weeks, so.
So you would basically be the administrator on the software?
Yeah, so we'd be able to set up however many people you want to be able to do that. So myself, highway foreman, the shop foreman, administrative assistant, she gets a phone call or whatever, she can just make a work order, put that in there. And then transfer station foreman, we'd put him in there as a administrator so he could put in for service on anything.
So if
Keep
you
track
could,
of.
just walk me through. If someone calls for a pothole or whatever, how does that currently work out? What would be the difference between having the software and taking it as it is today?
There's a sticky note that gets put on my desk, and when somebody comes back to the shop, I have them go take care of it.
If the sticky note's still there?
Yeah.
And not on the bottom of your coffee cup, or?
Yeah. We did, in the last 6 months or so, I know we had talked about it a little while ago, we did start making some of our own kind of work order templates for that. So, sometimes if the administrative assistant gets busy, it's a sticky note. Sometimes it's a work order. We do have a file set up to put those work orders in paper. So that's an improvement on what's been done in the past, but
Okay, so here's next. So if she's busy and you have the software, is she gonna use the software, or is she gonna still make a sticky note?
Well, we would make sure that we use it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, I think I beat you up enough. But I appreciate the answers.
Yep.
Yes, for me, the decision point on if we were to spend end of year money on that or not is if we propose a budget that includes it, which we are, and the voters say no, is it something that we would want to find money for out of a default budget? If it is, if we think it's that valuable, then, okay, maybe we should go ahead. If it's not, then I'm not sure that we should spend end of year money if we then say, well, the voters said no to the budget, so we've got to pull the whole thing. I do tend to think it would be valuable to find the money, even in a default budget, to support that.
You asked a lot of questions. Is it because you support it or you just want to know?
No, I'm always, when someone says we can use software to make life easier, I don't always believe it up front. But, yeah. There's a lot,
Still didn't
there's a lot,
answer my question.
there's a lot of instances where it doesn't, and, sometimes you become more, more burdened with it than you do without it, but, do I support it?
As an end of year purchase?
I don't think I would, only because I don't have more data from someone that's used it, or a presentation, or something to see exactly what it will deliver. I think that's my hangup. So, no.
I think I benefit from, we got the presentation, a slideshow last year.
Okay. Then-
I'd just like to piggyback on what Jason was saying. I didn't know that it did code enforcement, so if it's something that we, the code enforcement office, can also use, we can get rid of the software in that department and stick with this one.
So does code enforcement just use it for tickets, like a ticketing system?
It's just for tracking, I think it has like the date, the permit number, the address, what was done. I don't know the detail. I think the inspector used to write notes in it, but it hasn't been used, obviously, in a few years. So if we bring someone in, we already have a tablet in that office, they can be out on the field, putting notes right into it, possibly. I didn't know it had that cap.
that you guys had asked a few weeks ago, so.
Oh, look at us.
So that would be great. We could remove that from the budget next year.
Or this year if we approve it for end of year?
I don't know the capabilities of it. Would it be like a total software that we could eliminate what they're using now? They haven't used it in a few years.
I don't know exactly what it is that they do.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they can make a work order, it can have the permit number like you're just saying, what was done. All the work orders are completely customizable, you can put whatever you want in it.
So when we get an admin assistant, she could enter something from the office and he would get an alert on his tablet and go to an inspection.
And you could also alert me for inspections, private inspections.
Okay. Yeah.
That's the computer software IT line?
Yeah, are you looking under,
$4,499.
Do you happen to know when we pay that bill? The code enforcement?
it's more like May. So it's not before town meeting, I know that.
Yeah.
'Cause I
But we
remember
have,
last year.
we have some opportunity, whether it's now or after a
Next
March vote,
Yeah.
to make that assessment and cut that.
If we do get a default, I'd have to look at the contract we have with our current software for building to see how many months they need notice
Yeah.
to cancel. We've been caught in that before.
Anything else, Selectman Pratt,
On that.
on any of it?
I think we've pretty much gone through everything else.
James?
Oh, I like the idea if we can use it for the code enforcement for that software, and roll the costs that we're already paying for software we're not using into this.
Mm-hmm,
Paying for half of the annual cost right there.
almost. A third of it,
If we said yes,
of the annual, yeah, half.
sorry, if we were to say yes to the software tonight, when would you be able to have it to look at? So that we could then look at it for code enforcement and possibly remove it from the budget.
I had a quote that's good till the end of this year.
Tomorrow.
Yeah. I think it takes a couple weeks to get it set up. And they're gonna take whatever we have in spreadsheets and put it into that software. As far as road lists, conditions, vehicles.
Anything else on the list that appeals to you for end of year?
Well, if we can maybe squeeze out $300 for our Energy Commission to do their.
I mean, it's the same criteria as the asset software of, if it's a default budget, is it something that we would find, that we would want to find the money for out of a default budget? Because it's a recurring cost.
Well, we had originally thought about putting it into the budget for the following year. It's just didn't realize that it was going to be due in December for 2025. So whatever if we put it in the operating budget, that would take care of 2026. So right now, we're kind of, we're behind right now to pay for those dues.
Right, but it's gonna be the same question, December of next year.
Yes. if we-
Only if we don't put it in the budget or the budget doesn't pass.
Right. Naomi, where did you pull that money from last year?
Wasn't last year, it would have been the year before.
It was in 23, I looked
was
it
in
up while we were
23.
sitting there.
It was a year end in '23.
Year end?
That just came out of town officers miscellaneous fees.
Well, I think the discussion we had last week was, like some of the other things going on, was, and really it was a discussion earlier today as well, like what order do we want things done? And audits of the town buildings coming first. Does paying the dues support that? I guess he said it
He
does.
said it does. I have to take him at his word for it. I did not look up what the information is about clean energy New Hampshire. I believe we might have looked at that
Or was there?
Yeah,
Do you
David's
mind if
still
I?
here.
Yeah, do you mind if I? So, Mr. Erickson, so you said earlier, I want to make sure I didn't conflate two things. You said you saw an opportunity for paying the cost of the audits for the town buildings. Was that related to Clean Energy New Hampshire, or was that related, you had mentioned Eversource at some point?
Yes. May I speak?
Please.
Yep. David Erickson, again. They helped me to know that I should go to Eversource for the funding, but, and that's just their role. They provide guidance, information on all energy-related matters for towns. So they've been very helpful, and I have good contacts there that I can email, call. But from now on, I think I'll just work with Eversource unless I hear of other possible funding available. Would be great to be up to date on it. It sounds like they may have given us 2 years for the price of one, from what I'm hearing, but I doubt they're going to do that again, if it
Yeah,
was
at some point,
23.
they're gonna say, hey,
Right, I don't know that.
yeah. They have bills to pay too.
I have staff. Yeah.
Did that answer your question?
It does.
Okay. All right, it's taking a lot of time. Anything else you want considered? I've heard two people say the water filtration system. One person say paying upfront for 2025 dues for Energy Commission. And two people saying the 9 sets of gear for the fire department. Did I miss anything?
A voting machine.
The one that we've already encumbered, that we already said we would?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. I think I heard 4 people say yes, so to that one.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess I'm curious if anyone else is interested in a spare plow.
Yes.
I think a spare plow would be a good thing to have, only because it gives us full capability of a $280,000 truck.
Yep.
For $10,000, that sounds like a good thing. And I'd also be interested in the generator at the South Station, but I think we'll end up doing that no matter what, so we do it this week or next week, doesn't matter to me.
Oh, spare plow and generator, I think are both viable.
Okay, going once, otherwise I'll summarize it.
Am I alone in the asset software? Like, using, I drew that line for myself of, would I pay for this out of a default budget? And yeah, I probably would. So,
Why?
I do think that there are enough efficiency gains at the annual cost. But I'm on the other end of that, writing software and selling it to people.
Yeah, I know. I'm not saying it isn't, because I've seen plenty of good softwares. So.
Well, you know what all the hardware engineers say. Fix it with software. And software engineers say,
I
fix
guess
it with
my
hardware.
caveat on it would be, how do we show the performance? What are the small, key performance indexes that you can
I-
actually look at and say,
I think the reduction in how many sticky notes he buys,
well, yeah, we can save $5 in sticky notes, so I don't think, that doesn't make up the $9,000 though. But, what are just the small wins that you can actually see in your day-to-day? You don't need anything heavily detailed.
Signs,
Yes.
we've been over it 100 times.
Signs,
Where are they located?
Where they're located,
Oh.
inventory, they're not double ordering signs.
yeah, but not, I mean, that's not a daily activity or, I understand that it's an inventory issue and where they are and whatnot, but it's like so you take X amount of orders per year, right? How's that increase? Can you increase that amount? Do you get to the end of the year and you can't do stuff because it's snowing now, and now you have things that you can't get to? Can you get to those things before, the end of the year because your efficiencies have increased? So how many calls per day you do? What's that trajectory look like if you have the software? I know you can't answer that today, but it's something you can track.
For sure.
What are those small things that you do today that are problematic? How many do you do a day, a week, a year, whatever? And how does the software help fulfill that? Yes, sir.
So I'll tie that into what we were trying to do last summer, which is get a ordinance passed for all the signs. If he's got that, that makes the ordinance ready to go, which is a big deficiency with the town right now, and it's a huge problem that, if somebody gets in an accident and challenges the legality of the sign,
Yep.
we're
But
out
you've
to
done
dry.
that, but you've done that work now.
Once, manually.
Correct, and it's not
not up to
all
date.
encompassing, and if he keeps an up-to-date
He
list.
doesn't know about it.
Right.
So he can't check it when he's out doing his routes because he
That's
has
fair.
it on a spreadsheet.
Yep, well, part of it sounds like with his software, the date of implementation, when the board approved it, when it was put up, where it's at, I mean, that's everything you need, right, tied into the ordinance.
So that saves you,
Huge
if you were,
amounts.
if you were to redo it every year, that's,
We put a lot of hours into that, and it's still not done. So, and that was only the beginning, that wasn't even all the other parking stuff, so. His system sounds much better than what we had proposed.
but I think probably the biggest savings would come from the asset tracking itself, knowing how much maintenance has been put into the different vehicles and trucks.
Yeah.
How much time and how much material is put into, to solder on a little extra, material to keep the trucks going.
Our infrastructure is our largest asset in this town. And keeping track of how it's maintained, when it's maintained.
Yeah, even when bridges get washed and.
Do we
when
need
trucks
another
get
road
hurt,
bond?
that gets tracked and be able to see if it's been done or not done. More easily.
it's being more sold now, so. I'm just trying to get on board with why you guys feel the necessity, so.
Okay. Any other discussion? I've heard water filtration. I've heard the voting machine. Energy Commission $300 membership for Clean Energy New Hampshire. Generator at South Station and asset software and a spare plow. And the 9 sets of care. Going once. I'm gonna make a motion if you guys don't want to add or subtract to that.
What is the town clerk doing without a printer copier scanner now?
Walking out the door and coming over here.
Okay, great.
No, is it, she's got people in there, and if they're in there by themselves, she's gotta lock the door, I would assume. But,
And if we don't say yes to that, what happens? Are they,
she'll buy it out of her operating budget or someone's operating budget in January.
don't let me stop you then.
Okay, all right. All right, so I would accept a motion to spend end of year funds on water filtration system, $28,955. Voting machine, $7,000. Energy Commission, $300 membership for Clean Energy New Hampshire. Fire, 9 sets of gear, $54,000. Generator at South Station, $12,000. And asset support software, $15,000, and one spare plow of $10,000. Would anyone like to move that?
And I'm sorry, did you include the fire equipment?
I did.
Okay, thank you. I'll second.
Okay, moved by Selectman Pratt, seconded by Selectman Bloom. Any further discussion?
Do you have a total cost?
Nope.
$148,895.81.
One more time, please.
$148,895.81.
Do you also happen to know how much that means will roll over? Return to the taxpayer, so to speak?
$393,068.
Thank you.
393 what?
068.
Thank you.
Anything else? Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor say yes or yay.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 4-0-0. Okay, 2025 operating budget. We just talked about the Clean Energy Commission, $300. Do you want to add that back into the operating budget? That was Excel line 636, line item 626B. I'm right there, so figure that out now. That would bring that line from 125 to 425.
I would like to ask if Denise from Parks can speak. Last week you cut a few lines from the Park Commission budget, and she would just like to go over them real quick with you.
Can we finish this?
The dues, yeah?
Yeah, everybody okay with the dues?
Yes.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Okay, so 626B is from 125 up to 425. Okay, thank you.
James sent me an email last week with the updated budget that you guys went over. And I guess I had just a couple of questions. He'd mentioned that you wanted to make sure we were all set. I guess my one question I had was, what was the goal that we were looking to achieve? To stay at the current 2024 budget, or to reduce even lower than that?
So part of it was, since there is a revolving fund that's designed for park maintenance, that many of the maintenance item lines can be funded from that, and not part of the operating budget.
Okay. So to my knowledge, we have no issues with, other than I just want to make sure everybody understands too, that we still have not yet solved our issue for expansion of facilities for youth sports. And one of the things that we had looked at using the revolving fund for, so last year I came here with an estimate of slightly over $50,000 to hire a firm to help us with the planning process as we look at both needs to increase fields and land for that, and how to address the tennis courts, which were coming into year 4 of a 5-year, and they're not repairable. So yes, the revolving fund can be used for that, but we're also trying to minimize the use of that in order to be able to hire somebody to help us with that assessment. So I guess that's why we didn't look at eliminating all the maintenance costs, only because we're at 36,000, we still don't have enough to do what we need to do, but we have the needs that are still on the table. And I'm not sure how you would guide us to address, how to get a plan built that we can bring back to the town. How much land do we need? How many more fields do we need to create? That was all part of what we were gonna do last year. So, just to let you know why we haven't dipped into that fund a lot. I don't know if you have questions about that, but, so the more we take maintenance costs out of it, it just is gonna limit us ability. We need some ability to do a plan. Either that or we bring forth a warrant article to fund the planning process. But the needs that we had that went forth last year in the budget, I mean, we haven't gotten an update as to whether or not the property that we looked at is gonna be made available to us. And if not, then what is the alternative to that? So if what you said, James, what I'm understanding is you reduced the budget, looking that we would take those items out of the revolving fund for maintenance, the things that normally have been coming out of the regular budget. And if that's the case, that's fine. We just need some guidance from the select board. How are we gonna start doing planning?
We had a resident come up and ask us, why are we increasing this when the discussion, when the revolving fund was put into place, was the repair and maintenance costs will not go up. They will be used out of this revolving fund.
That's not the way the warrant article was. I mean, if you go back and read the warrant article, which I have a copy of it, but the revolving fund was to help us do the big replacements and look at the necessary, the repairs or replacement of the tennis courts, the replacement or the repairs of the features that are breaking at the playground and at the skate park. It wasn't necessarily to spend $500 to fix a head on an irrigation system. And I'm not saying that we can't, because that's part of the wording, but I think that one of the challenges was we were never able to make any headway into repairs. So a feature breaks at the skateboard park, we have to take it out. We can't replace it. A feature breaks at the playground, we end up taking it out. So the revolving fund was there for that was our understanding, was for the larger stuff, not the small day-to-day.
So, and I only have the notes that I took during public comment on December 9th, but, excuse me. I wrote revolving fund warrant article description at deliberative mentioned lowering, but those lines have gone up. And he was asking us why, and so it may not have been the wording of the article itself, but, you know, when the town, the board at that
Correct.
time was presenting it, they said, this is
Right.
the expectation of this.
So I think that, you know, it's a challenge for us, and I listen often to the taxpayers, which they have a right to stand up here, it's often the same one, talk about this, but then we have a commission that we're struggling. You know, we've spent a whole year trying to bring the Bolton Playground up to speed, up to where we need it to be. At the same time, we're approaching April. We're gonna have all the teams in here asking for field usage. Last year, we had overlap. That isn't changing. We're doing an assessment this year with them. How many teams, how many players? Are we servicing just Ware athletes? Are we servicing athletes from other towns? should we be asking them to fund certain components of the field maintenance? But the situation hasn't changed. We have a tennis court, I mean, I took pictures this fall. The cracks are back this thick. After every winter, that changes. We had a 5-year resurfacing that we were told that was it. We found one company to do it, and they said they wouldn't do it again. We have a need for somewhere between 4 and 5 more athletic fields. We don't have, if we want to continue to support WAC and those other programs. So yes, the revolving fund can be there to fund things like fixing the sprinkler head, repair a picnic table, those types of things. But then what's the solution for the bigger issue? Do we come to the town and ask them for more money to fund, to help us do that assessment? Or do we use what's been accumulating in the revolving fund to be able to hire a firm to come in and help us put a 5-year plan together that we can present to the town? Or do we just ignore the things that are eroding and that are problematic? And so, yes, I hear exactly when townspeople get up and challenge that. But, nobody's coming to our meetings, talking to us about what the bigger challenges are and what the bigger issues are. I mean, we faced it this year. We were able, thanks to a taxpayer or resident helped us find a solution for the slide. Otherwise, it was $15,000 to replace this one piece. And so you have one big catastrophic event and you can wipe out half to 3/4 of that fund. If we continually use it every year for the small maintenance items, fixing the irrigation heads, those types of things, and some of that maintenance is, this year we were in a drought situation. We had to irrigate twice a day. That increased our cost. The year before, if you noticed, we were in a too much rain situation. We didn't irrigate at all. So we just really tried to take a look at what we can do without dipping into the day-to-day stuff with the revolving fund and save it for either the catastrophic things that are gonna cost $10,000-$15,000, or, again, at last month's meeting, we talked about hiring a firm, using that revolving fund to hire somebody to help us with the plan. So that's really why we use the operating budget to do what we do.
The other things we talked about, I believe there were 2 other things, the Chase Park supplies. We had talked last time you were in here about, is there any other sticker scheme that we can come up with that maybe costs less money?
And that, we talked about it at last month's meeting. We're going to look at multiple companies and/or a different numbering, coloring to bring that cost down.
Okay.
A lot of the supplies, I went back and took a look at, a lot of this stuff is the simple paper towels and toilet paper and, this sounds crazy, but we had an issue up there this year with Canadian geese. We had to buy additional things to set up on the beach at night to keep them off the beaches,
Yeah, I don't want to think about that.
But I think when you go back in the detail and when you look at the amount in total that we're spending, it isn't on big stuff. It is like the necessary, you gotta have toilet paper in the bathroom and you gotta try to keep the beaches clean. We did try to look at purchasing some additional supplies this year with some of the money that we had left over to help offset next year at Chase Park. We did make a decision to keep the rates the same at Chase Park. We increased them 2 years ago. We kept them the same last year. Volumes remained about the same. It's a balance of raise it too much and nobody will use the park, trying to keep it reasonable and keep it consistent volume year after year, because that is our only revenue source right now.
And the other thing we talked about was the increase in the director's salary, moving that to a warrant article.
Yeah, and that we're gonna do. That made sense. We didn't realize that it should go before the voters, so we'll absolutely do that. One of the things that we had done was we had looked at the line item. I don't know if you have the numbers in front of you, but.
I do. I
Line
think
item,
everybody
it's
does.
590 is the line number, and the center is 680. I'm sorry, wrong one. 590, 631, Park and Rec activities. What we did was we moved 2,000, we reduced that by 2,000, and we moved it up to the line item 584, 595. I'm sorry, we moved that to 585, 596, park repairs. So we were over budget in one and under budget in the other. So we just moved we didn't ask for an additional 2,000, we just moved it from one line item to another, but then that one got reduced. I think that 2,000 was taken out. I don't know if you
and
have
the-
my notes in there.
The 585, 596, the note I have on was use the revolving fund for the
And
increase.
again, we can do that, I just want to make sure that you guys have a understanding of why we've been trying not to use it, again, for the two reasons I mentioned. For the large items, when we have something like a slide break, a feature at the skate park break, and we really need some help in preparing a 5-year plan as to what really, is it 3 fields, is it 5 fields, is it no fields, what do we do with the tennis courts? Do we leave them in the existing location? Do we look for more property where we can expand the field usage and move the tennis court at the same time? Do we let the tennis courts go and just let them lock the doors and not, we try to preserve the assets of the town, not just let them crumble and go. So that was really the only reason why we've been conservative with the revolving fund. So the only areas that so we can keep the budget. I just wanted to be able to come back to the commission this month and just help them understand where you were coming from. But I do think we're looking for the board to give us some guidance as to how we fund hiring somebody to help us with that, putting that plan together as to what we need for field usage and how are we going to address the tennis courts. And, do we do a warrant article this year, or do we continue to try to preserve the revolving account till we get to that 55,000 where we could use it to do that? So,
Yes. I mean, my back of the napkin math, kind of looking at the math a little bit, if it's worth interjecting. Again, going off of a quote from the December 9th gentleman, revolving fund is 36,000, so 18,000 a year roughly again. And what we did was move the 2,000 and the 1,500 and the 700 increases out, so a total of a 4,200 increase. So we're not saying absorb all money going into the revolving fund.
we didn't have a 42 increase. If you're looking at a 42 increase, that's wrong. Our increase that we asked for.
No, I'm
this-
not,
oh,
I'm saying the 2,000 line, and we also, made the same 2,000 in reduction that you.
That's
you
fine. I
described
just
as a
wanted to
move.
make sure that you understood we did not, our increase, what we submitted for an increase.
I'm summing 3
Okay.
lines that did increase. I'm not saying that the total increase was a 4574. But I'm specifically referencing lines,
That's what it-
585, 587, and 592, and summing those up to 4,200, as those are the 3 that we said these should come out of revolving
Right,
fund.
but I just want to make
So-
sure you understand that 585 was not a $2,000 increase, it was a move. We reduced another line item, and just moved it.
Well,
Because
you decreased one and increased one.
We took, because we had underspent in that one and overspent in another, we're just trying to track more accurately. We could have left it just as it was. So we didn't increase by 4,000, we increased by 2,421. I just want to make sure, I
don't
understand
necessarily
what
agree
you.
with that. It's,
But you do see where line 590 decreases by
right,
2,000.
yeah, I get it.
And
If you
the-
look at,
And the note specifically says that it's basically moving to 585. And see account
if you look at the
park retainage.
2024 budget, we had $5,000 in line 590. We reduced that to 3,000 because we reduced it to 3,000 and increased the other to 5 because we were overspending in that line item. I 100% understand what you are saying, to take that out of the revolving account, that's fine. As long as there's an understanding by you guys in the community that the revolving fund wasn't just for maintenance, the day-to-day maintenance, it was for the large, to get new things, to repair the large things,
Yeah,
and to, so
and
it.
I'm just
Yeah.
trying to say that we are not expecting, by making the moves that we made last week, that all of the income into the revolving fund will suddenly be going to day-to-day repairs. It's taking some of it for sure, but based
Okay.
on, again, the language that was read to us of the expectation that was, vocalized to the taxpayers of this is what we're gonna do with this. And we did it kind of across the board. I mean, fire will tell you the same thing, that if there's a revolving fund or fund, not necessarily revolving, if there's another fund, kind of scrutinized top to bottom on this, why are we not pulling from that dedicated fund? Why are we asking for it in the operating budget? So it's
And-
not just this one
Yeah,
case
no,
we're
I
doing.
know, and that's why I'm standing here, just to make sure you understand what we as a commission had talked about as it relates to the revolving fund. Doesn't mean we won't do what you're asking us to do, just wanted to make sure you understood why.
Yep.
And that we do have a need to fund, to help us develop what that plan is for the town to do the repairs that we need to do. And so that's part of what we'll be using that for. Either that or we put a warrant article out. But, it's a catch-22. And James, you were at the meeting and that's what we talked about. So anyways, so this is the budget that's, I take it back, this is the way the budget will be, and we will take those out of the revolving, the additional expenses.
I'm not sure I would say.
Okay, so this is
what-
the set budget.
This is what's proposed.
Okay.
It's not.
We
set in
haven't,
stone.
we haven't said
Okay.
this is the budget yet.
Bear
but
with
that
me
is
here,
what
because this
we're-
is the first year I've been through this with you guys, so I'm just trying to
The
understand.
first year we've been through it with all of us as well.
So-
What's happened, if I can summarize.
Okay,
Park presented, this is what we would like. The selectmen have said, this is what we want to pay.
okay, all right,
And now is there any leeway one way or the other?
And then the voters have to agree.
And then, exactly.
right. And so I look at it, we're talking a small amount of money, that the changes that were made, and we have the money in the revolving account. And I think if that's what you're recommending and that's what the voters want, that's fine, we'll do that. I just wanted to make sure that the board understands what we've been discussing for the revolving account. That the taxpayers, particularly the ones who get up here and talk about this, understand what we're using it, what our plan is. That we're really trying to not have to come back to the town and ask for an additional 50, 60,000 to get help with the planning, that we would use the revolving fund. And that's why we've been conservative in dipping into it. And we have used it, we use it to repair the fences at both Bolton and Inison. So we have used it over the years for the larger items, just not for the smaller items.
And I did write down that you've definitely formally requested help in developing the 5-year plan, and if that's not something that Selectmen Drury can take on his own, he'll come back and tell us
Right.
what help he needs from us.
Because we've been asking him, you know, he knows we've been looking for an update on what's the status on East Road. Is that out of the question? Are we looking for something different? But in the meantime, we have to move forward because we have another year behind us without the fields that we need, and we're getting more and more concerned about the tennis courts. And so that's really kind of our urgency on trying to get the plan done, is we'd like to come back to the town with solid numbers based on the volume of players that we're seeing, the volume of usage, and make sure that when we do ask for something, it's got a sound, you know, foundation to it,
Yeah,
rather than just pulling out of the,
data.
yeah, exactly. And really using a firm that has experience in developing multi-purpose fields and usage and.
Yeah,
it
and I'm
may-
sure there's some rough order of magnitude projections that we
Right,
can
and there
do
may-
without getting to a firm.
Right, and there may even be some adjustments we could make to current fields to make them more multi-usage. I mean, those are the things that if we use somebody who does this all the time, and even the parks, even the playground, we have a 25-year-old playground that's aging. Do we just keep replacing it? What's the current strategy? I mean, in talking to some folks, smaller playgrounds with, you know, substantive features in it, but not, we have a very large playground that's very costly to us. So over time, as we look at what is the plan as this playground ages,
Yeah, we're not gonna solve the 5-year plan tonight, but I
Right,
did
so
want
I
to make
just-
sure that you know that we heard that you
Right.
want help, and
Yep,
if
and
Selectman
that's
Drury
where we're-
needs us to engage.
and that's
he'll
where I
come
think
tell
we'll
us.
take a lot of the funding from the revolving account.
Okay.
All right?
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Appreciate you coming tonight. So over the course of our discussions this evening, we've answered several of the questions that we had on the operating budget. I do show there's still a few outstanding, and I'll just read these off. Impact of the bids that we opened last week, DPW on-call bonus, and the building inspector code enforcement discussion, and whether or not there's the fire phone. We have a no quote. I don't know if that requires any additional adjustments from what we said last week. So, I don't know if you guys had anything additional to that. No? Okay. What do you have that we still owe you?
Want to quickly do the fire telephone?
I know we made changes. I don't know if,
He has a quick
That was-
answer to your one question.
okay.
So you guys asked last week about if the power went out or that something went down and we weren't, what would happen to that connection? And the quote that you have, that I sent you guys today, it's a little bit more money per month. And it went from like 124 to I think like 136 or something like that. So a minimum amount of money per month. But what that does, it allows 2 users, which I think that's really all we need for now. I mean, it could be looked at if it ever happens. But 2 users to have mobile capability on your cell phone. So basically your cell phone would turn into the station phone if something ever happened. And combine that with the the cell service that we're getting now through FirstNet and the booster that's in the command car. I think that's a good way to go, and there's some redundancy there, just in case we need it.
That's only in a failover?
That's only in a yeah. I mean, that'd be like something catastrophic, like the generator stops working at the safety complex or something like that, or if it ends up taking out a certain cell tower, we still have a booster to get cell service.
Great.
So on that note, do you approve the purchase of the telephones for the fire department?
I was trying to pull up the quote.
Yeah,
Oh,
I read it earlier, it looked good, it's not loading for me right now.
Not loading for me either. You getting it?
Oh,
So what do you have for service?
I put it in my files,
You can look at that and all. Oh, smart man.
because I can't pull them up any other way.
I guess the only outstanding question I have is if the new phone numbers are local to where for dialing?
No.
So somebody who's on Granite State Communication, who's just paying for a basic line, no long distance, will not be able.
Oh, yes, that part is, I thought you meant the numbers that we get via like a 529 number.
Nope.
And it won't be, it'll be the same, almost like the PD will get all brand new numbers, so those numbers that we currently have to get a hold of the station, the 23, 529, 2352, that will be gone and be replaced, so we'll have to get that out to the public.
what he's asking is if someone has basic on their phone and they call you, is it now a long-distance phone
No,
call?
Nope, it will not be.
Reading the 911 policy, and I guess this is gonna impact you as well, once you have it, it does call out, if somebody calls 911, it does not provide you their geographic location, is that?
That's all handled through New Hampshire 911 in Concord, we don't do anything with that, we don't anyways.
Okay.
All that stuff is handled right through 911.
Okay,
But if someone in your building calls 911, it won't show the location as the fire department. It's the way I interpreted that.
Correct. Yeah, that is correct.
and why do you, like, if somebody at their home calls 911,
No,
it will not?
no, that comment has to do if somebody uses that phone to call 911.
In other words, like an
Yeah, you're
employee,
right.
she's saying like an employee, of the fire department gets hurt and they pick up the phone and call 911 themselves. It is not gonna register that location as being 144
Yep.
North Star.
I misunderstood this.
And you have the same
I
issue.
misunderstood that too.
From my understanding,
Yeah, so how did you address that with your personnel?
we have radios. We wouldn't pick up the phone.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think anyone would ever do that, but on our side anyways.
So you're okay with that?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, yep.
Any other discussion?
Did we, so what does that do to our proposed budget?
We had reduced it from 6,000 to 4,000 last time, and that was a one-time setup fee plus some monthly recurring charges for the year.
So we reduced it to 1,500.
Yeah, we talked about paying for the setup fee with end of year, so
We
that,
didn't do
so
that.
that the, well, we still could.
Yeah, we could, but we didn't so
right.
far.
So we talked about doing that so that the ongoing cost would not include that one, this first year.
Yeah,
Trying to, what line is that?
it is 324.
Got it, okay. I have that edited to 1,500.
Yeah, I have 1,500.
Oh. Okay, so that requires us to fund the $2,316.75 out of end-of-year 2024 funds.
Yes.
Yes.
So I'll entertain a motion to spend $2,316.75 for the fire department phone one-time setup fee with Crescendo, coming out of the general operating fund.
So moved.
Anyone like to second that?
Second.
Moved by Bloom, seconded by Pratt. Any further discussion?
Can you sign that, or do you need authorization to give the chief?
Let's see. Yeah, it doesn't say, it didn't have any direction on who must sign it, so. Like to,
It does have to have the contact.
okay. Would you like to amend that to authorize Chief Rourke to sign the agreement?
I would like to amend my motion to that effect.
And would you like to second that amendment?
Yes.
Okay. The motion has been amended to allow Chief Rourke to sign the agreement, moved and seconded by the same people, so any further discussion?
Yeah, and just since that's a touch vague, there are a couple of places to sign. One of them is the agreement, one of them is, I think, acknowledging the 911 policy.
Okay.
But I would expect both of those to be signed by this motion.
Okay. All in favor, say yes or yea?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 4-0-0. Right. And then, we need to,
Comes that line.
that really didn't give you the authorization to authorize the contract, did it? It just gave you the authorization for the one-time setup fee, so would you like a second one for the monthly fee?
That's just gonna end up
Yeah.
being in my regular operating.
It's in his
budget.
operating budget.
Now, they're
Okay.
just
Just wanna make sure you have everything you need.
Yep,
Okay.
I think we'll be fine with that.
Thank you.
Was there any other area of the budget that you wanted to review? I do know we still have those blanks due to contracts.
Should we raise that line? 1656 for the new monthly payment?
Is that what it is, 1656?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
a little less, but
So 324 can't go to 1,500, it needs to be 1656, so 1675, allow for taxes and stuff. So you're fully covered now.
fully covered.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what was that going to?
1675. Bids we did last week, we had 4 of them. Cemetery lawn care was the first one. We had cleaning, municipal lawn care, and cemetery headstone repair and maintenance for Eaton and Sugar Hill.
Were you still gonna talk about DPW on call, because he's here?
Yep.
Maybe, does it, I was going to propose, or maybe nobody disagrees. We had one bid for cleaning, we had one bid for cemetery headstone. We had 2 bids for each of the lawn cares, both,
3.
3 for municipal, 2 for cemetery?
3 for cemetery, 2 for
Yep.
municipal.
Okay. But I was going to propose using ASAP for the 2 lawn cares. They were cheaper in each of them, fixed cost for each of the 3 years. And I think it would be good to have those with the same company. And they had good references.
So you're suggesting ASAP for municipal and cemetery lawn care both?
Yeah, and that is below each of those budgeted lines. The ones that are currently penciled in.
Anybody else have a discussion point on either of those? Did you get to check the references specifically?
Well, they all, yeah, I called, so, let me find my paper. So, ASAP, provided me Manchester Waterworks, the phone number didn't work. Dunbarton, they've had him, for the last couple of years. He took over after the cemetery was in very tough shape. They've been very happy with him. They're contracted again with them this year. That's in Dunbarton. Bow DPW, they've done some excellent work with their town and cemetery properties. Fair, conscientious, rectifies any issue ASAP. That was kind of a funny quirk.
Oh, okay.
I left a message with the Concord Park and Rec, and I emailed Brentwood. I didn't get anything back from those two on ASAP. And then if you look at Poulin, I also spoke with Andover. They've been very happy, very conscientious, schedule on time, respond quickly if there's an issue. Boscawen said that they've done some miscellaneous jobs in Boscawen. They've used them for concrete worksheet work, planting, structural, carpentry. They've been satisfied, but then she wanted me to talk to the facilities director, which I didn't get a chance to, but that's more property care versus cemetery work. And the third one, White's Logging, didn't call me back on that one.
Okay.
So those are the ones that were provided to me.
Okay.
The other gentleman for the lawn care was your current bid, so I thought you could, I didn't call any of his references, plus there wasn't any supplied.
Okay. So Selectman Bloom is proposing ASAP for municipal lawn care. 3-year contract, $64,500 per year.
I could have gone with either Poulin or ASAP, so.
All right, I'll accept a motion to award the municipal lawn care contract to ASAP. And that stands for, I know it's in here somewhere.
Is there somewhere here?
Yeah, that's fine. We know who it is.
Called Awesome Service Affordable Pricing,
I knew it was something catchy.
landscape and design.
In the amount of $64,500, and this is beginning 1/1/2025 through 11/30/2027. Would anyone like to move that?
So moved.
Second, anyone?
Second.
Moved by Selectman Bloom, seconded by Selectman Pratt. Any further discussion? All in favor say yes or yay?
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 4-0-0. Okay. Cemetery lawn care contract, I'd accept a motion to award that to ASAP. And it is also a 3-year contract in the amount of $43,900 per year, beginning April 1, 2025. And it would go through 11/30/2027. Would anyone like to move that?
So moved.
Anyone like to second?
Second.
Moved by Selectman Bloom, seconded by Selectman Pratt. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say yes or yay?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 4-0-0. Okay.
Next one's gonna be a little bit more sticker shock for you, if you're gonna do lawn, if you're gonna do cleaning.
Yeah.
On the town hall, THOB custodial services, 9,360, is that for both town hall and,
Yes.
okay. Because if you look at your bids you got for town office was 14.8 and town hall was 14.2. If you add those two together is 29,000, where you were paying 9,360. Just gonna shout out there, town hall, that's bitterly expensive. For no one went over and looked at it, this company didn't look at, no call, no show to look at any of the buildings. Unless, Chief, did anybody come over and look at your building? No.
Not that I'm aware of.
So, nobody looked at the buildings, and you only got one price, so I'm not sure what you wanna do. The DPW number is higher and the police department's a little lower than what you currently have. Not saying that that's the answer, and I did call a couple of the references. If you look at the references, they're all different divisions of the state, and the answer was, if the state contracts with them, how are we to give a reference the state hired? You know what I mean? They're a division of, you had DMB, you had the police barracks, you had others, and they didn't hire they're cleaning, but they didn't do the hiring. Everything appears clean.
I suggest we put this out for rebid again then.
I agree.
Okay. It's up March.
March 31st.
It's up March 31st, so we can do that again.
Okay.
It doesn't do anything for your number now, but,
Well, it's best information we have, so.
yeah. Okay.
And then the last one was the cemetery headstone repair and maintenance for Eaton and Sugar Hill. That had one Cornerstone Cemetery Services is the supplier that bid. The funding source would be Cypre. My understanding, based on prior conversations several weeks ago, if not more than a month ago, there's only $29,140 left in that account. So we could not fund the entire thing of $34,855. We could fund up to the $29,140 and tell them to, reduce the priority one, which is the least amount of damage to the stones, if they cannot do the whole thing at $29,140.
So fully take care of priority 2 and 3.
Yeah, those are the ones that are down and laying on the ground and down and broken. So,
That's a good course of action. That's another one we've talked about a ton this year.
yep.
Now, are you thinking of a warrant article for the full amount in
No,
March?
this is the warrant article that's already been authorized for 2024.
So you want to use the balance of the 24. Are you going to do another warrant article for the difference?
No,
Okay.
no, if we did another warrant article, it'd be for just
An
general
amount plus,
amount.
okay. Because I know they wouldn't be able to do this work until after voting, so I didn't know if,
No, but this will get us into their queue to make sure that the work gets done, which
Okay.
was the concern. Okay, so I'd accept a motion to award the cemetery headstone and maintenance repair for Eaton and Sugar Hill Cemeteries to
Cornerstone.
Cornerstone Cemetery Services LLC, quote dated December 23rd, 2024. The amount would be $29,140, and the work would be completed during the spring, summer of 2025, with the funds coming out of the 2024 Cypre account that was authorized in the 2024 town vote. Would anyone like to move that?
Do you also want to put in there to priorities 2 and 3 to be taken care of completely.
That would be fine, with priorities 2 and 3 being taken care of completely, and the priority 1 being where the reduction would come from if necessary.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Selectman Pratt, seconded by Selectman Bloom. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say yes or yay? Yes. Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 4-0-0. Okay. Okay. All right, marks one more thing off the list. So what lines do we need to adjust for the municipal and the cemetery?
191,
91?
gonna reduce to 64.5. And 215 is gonna reduce to 43.9. Cleaning's going back out to bid, and
Yeah.
cemetery comes from a warrant article.
So 191 goes to 43.9, correct?
191 goes to 64.5.
Thank you, 64.5.
And 215 goes to 43.9.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, DPW on-call bonuses is next.
Okay. Spoke with a few more people today. A lot of them have an on-call, policy that they follow with different rates. Some of them, just their foremans are on call, during the summer months. Everybody's on call during the winter months. I tried to go through and find anything in our personnel policy, any other policies that we have that say that the gentlemen are actually on call and bound to us, and I couldn't find anything. So, we,
It's in the job description though, isn't it?
says they have duties to plow snow. Operators, truck drivers, the foreman, all of that. That's what they say. So that's something we need to address, I would think. And tie whatever amount you guys want to put into it, into that policy. I could not find anywhere where any other DPW or highway department was offering a substitution for this, I guess, we talked about last week.
So when you say different rates, do you have any more information on that?
Kind of just like a shift differential.
Okay.
They get a stipend
I believe it was, Greenfield. They got a stipend for being on call, on the weekend during the off season, I guess. And then if they get called in, they get, a couple dollars an hour more on top of their overtime rate. And then that stipend's a certain dollar amount per how many hours they're on call. It alternates half of their crew, but I think they only have 5 or 6 people on their crew. Goffstown, their foremans are on call. They have, obviously they have, quite a bit more departments within their department. They get a separate paving crew, all that kind of stuff, so each one of those departments, their foreman is on call, gets the same shift differential, kind of weekend stipend, weekly stipend while they're on call. The only thing in the personnel policy that I could find was, DPW employees are encouraged not to take vacation leave from November 15th to April 15th.
I looked at online job descriptions, and the only thing I saw in open positions that was local had to do with Bedford. Bedford provides I believe it was $250 a week on-call bonus, but it's payable only at the end of the season and only if you have perfect attendance for all on-call situations.
It's same thing, in line with our stuff, essentially.
And I think there was one for the city of Concord as well, but I can't find my note. Did you see anything like that?
So I went with smaller communities that were kind of closer to us in population size.
I didn't see anything that was
yeah,
comparable other than
no,
locality, Bedford and Concord.
yeah.
So that's currently what we do, is we pay it at the end of this season?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, so finance, get a hold of the department head. Say, it's April 15th, whatever, that paycheck, boys are coming off, call. Did everybody show up? Is everybody getting their full stipend?
You had talked before about breaking it up in half, whatever the amount was.
Yeah.
You're no longer thinking that?
I would still like to
Here it
do
is.
half up
No, I
front.
have it somewhere. Yeah, City of Concord, it was $300 a week, and it was only to CDL drivers, and no one else.
Yep.
All the private companies that are hiring for plow drivers basically seem like they're just paying an hourly rate, and that was
Yep.
no bonuses. But they all do list, you are on call.
Yep. Works out for us about $113 a week.
At the proposed amount?
Yep.
Of $2,500 per person?
Yep, that 22 weeks, 23 weeks.
Well, I think I've said this before, and I'll say it again. The reason we went up last year was because we were having such a hard time finding drivers. We are staffed now. However, I don't want to get in a situation where they're all quitting because they're going somewhere else. But in my opinion, $2,500 is a lot. So, that's where I'm at.
Do you have a number?
500?
What would that do to the budget?
500 times 14 is $7,000. There's currently 35 in that line right now, proposed.
If my spreadsheet is right and up to date with what we've done so far, that would take us to 2.58 over default.
As far as a percentage,
Yes.
I have 2.47, but we'd call it 2.5 and split the difference. I'm sure there's something I've captured incorrectly or not at all, so. Those are my thoughts. Anyone else?
Do agree that 2,500 seems high. It is one of the things we have heard people remark about in public comment.
Yeah, and I don't know if I misstated, but when I talked about Bedford earlier, that was $500 for the entire year is what they give. I don't know if I said weekly, but now I have my note in front of me. It's $500 for
I
the
think you
season.
said 250 weekly.
Okay, it's 500 for the season. Sorry. That's why I was looking for my notes.
I don't know, I think 500, 500's a little low. I would propose 1,000.
I'm gonna ask you something I probably asked you 3 or 4 times already. So what is this?
He's used to it.
Yeah, so
We do that to him a lot,
What is-
unfortunately.
we talked about, you know, the last year's bonus, the one time, all that. You've asked for this, proposing it, but it's proposed budget for March of '25. So is that going to pay for the work that's happening right now, or is that for, yeah, just making sure I wasn't getting crossed up on that.
Yeah, because we won't be off till April,
Yeah.
traditionally.
I think I like $1,000 better than 500. You know, I'd appreciate it more.
Did you get your questions answered?
I did.
And the answer was, it's out of the 2025 operating budget for this year? Is that what I heard?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I think, did you give a number?
No.
I've heard 500 from me and 1,000 from each of the other two selectmen.
Yep, and if it were 1,000, that's a 2.62. Can you give the 30-second, what does on-call mean? If we're doing this, what does that mean for, they have to show up every single time, you get to allow outside of that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Drop everything.
Yep. And what's the response time?
I've always been told you gotta be here within an hour.
Okay, that's fine.
Again,
Just,
other policies are written out the same way. The one I got from, Hancock, was an hour on lead time for the DPW. So,
But your takeaway is also, we gotta put something in place, right? Because we really don't,
yeah, we don't have anything.
yeah.
Yeah, I already wrote down that we need an action to put this either in the personnel policy or job description or both.
you had written something last year.
Mhm.
It was just that agreement that we had.
Yeah.
That's,
I think it's a really good basis, if I remember it,
Mhm.
you know, well enough. So I don't think we'd have to start from scratch.
no.
Do you know how many people Bedford has?
No, I would just venture to guess that they probably have twice as many plow drivers as we have. I would think, at least.
It's at least
I mean,
double.
Yeah, if not more than that,
Yeah.
just based on the size of the town physically.
I'm sure,
Iron over there.
yeah, I'm sure some of those guys double in the water and sewer department as well, but
Yeah, and they do have Route 101, which is a state route, but, and
Yeah, what I'm trying to weigh is, when you have a larger department, a single person leaving due to lack of money impacts you
a lot less, yeah.
So, that is justifiable for more like 1,000.
More like or 8,000?
Yes, 1,000. 934, it's 1,000.
Okay. All right, I'm hearing 1,000. So that takes line item 410 from the proposed 35,000 to 14,000.
And 475, that is also the transfer station on-call line.
yep.
Well, those guys aren't out plowing all night, but, I understand that they may need to come in early or to clean up. So are you proposing the same amount for them?
That's the way it is in here. Will obviously be withheld a little bit compared to the highway department on how many storms they come in versus what the highway department comes in, but
Which line is it?
475.
Thank you. 467.
467.
Okay.
Excel 475.
I figured it out. Yeah. It doesn't seem the same level of call-in requirements for transfer station versus DPW.
I mean, they've got quite a bit of stuff to clean up there.
Yep.
We go up through and plow the main way and salt that, but they still gotta hook the skid steer up and plow all that.
They don't have to do it so people can get through there 24 hours a day.
No,
So as far as call-in commitment, it's less. They would only need to come in possibly early or stay late on the day that they had to work. They wouldn't have to come in overnight or holidays, weekends that were not even open to do that kind of work.
nope.
Well, you are open on a Saturday.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, weekends, I meant like time they're not working.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I'll be very specific, you're correct. They are open on Saturdays. So if you were a plow driver and you found out the DPW was getting the same amount of on-call bonus as you, or the transfer station is getting the same amount of on-call bonus as you, would that make you happy or not? It'd probably make transfer station people happy, yeah.
Well, yeah, but like I just said, it would be cut based on the amount of storms that they actually came in versus what the highway department came in. They only came in 50% of the time, they're only getting 50%.
And how many people?
Two.
Two.
There's no situation where transfer station is coming in when highway's not.
Typically not.
Yeah. I can't think of one. Okay.
So if you went with the $1,000, line 467 would be reduced from the proposed 5,000 to 2,000.
Yes.
Does everybody agree with that?
That's what it's worth to you.
Okay. Well, we have to balance what we think the taxpayers are willing to pay for it as well. Okay. Anything else on on-call? All right, last thing I had was the building inspector code enforcement. We talked about whether or not we've combined those positions or not, officially, formally, and 1.5 amounts or 1.0 amounts of salary.
Did you guys want to talk about the transfer station anymore as far as the wait time stuff?
Do you have any new information? You'd love to.
So, yeah, last week I told you I would talk to Sizemore and see what we could come up with as far as possibly getting to facilities at times that weren't so busy. So I had a chat with him today. They are trying to get over to the burner where we bring our trash in the morning. He said that when they open, 5:30 is kind of their least busiest time. They are busy throughout the day. The way their traffic pattern was previous to all these wait times, when they did have backups, it was backing up out into the road. So the town kind of got after them about that. So they had to change up their traffic pattern at the facility, which then led to them not being able to get more than one truck into their facility at a time. And they did just switch over ownership, and they have a lot of their own, front load garbage trucks, and those guys don't have to wait. So that's where that wait time is coming from. I didn't get all that information from them. Apparently they didn't want to tell everybody that they were putting their trucks in first, but
So there is an effort on our part to decrease some of that as far as scheduling between us and Sizemore. Pretty regular that a trash trailer gets pulled on a Friday afternoon. Friday midday, maybe Friday morning. So, that trailer's got to go, get dumped out, because more than likely Saturday midday it'll be full. Then the hopper will be full and we'll have trash overflowing. So sometimes that weight can't be helped, obviously, but we do have progress. As well as on our end, I talked with both the guys up at the transfer station about making sure that trailers are ready to go and working on getting them just a checklist, pretty easy clipboard, so they can just go through and make sure that everything is done.
Good. Is that gonna result in anything in the operating budget for 25 or not?
I don't want to push our luck on it.
I appreciate you checking on all those things, and if we can bring that number down and give money back at the end of 25, that's the way to go.
Yep.
I was up there Saturday, saw the trailer caddy, seemed like it was working in the snow and the mud and whatnot.
Yep.
Is that working well?
Yeah, it seems to be going good. We had a small issue there when it was pretty low temperatures with the air freezing up on the trailer. It was either the caddy or the trailer, combination of the two, a little bit of air brake, antifreeze, and took care of it, so
Great.
no big deal.
I'd forgotten about it entirely, so I was like, oh, I saw it there, and like, it must be working, because haven't heard anything about it.
Yep.
That's good.
Also saw the overflowing hopper on Saturday afternoon, too.
Another one of those Friday trash trailer deals.
This was Saturday, but
Yeah.
still weekend after a
Yep.
holiday.
Yeah, yep, the trailer wasn't able to go out on Friday, so we kind of had some spillage, but paper trailer filled up with everybody's wrapping paper and stuff, that got shipped out. So that's empty. Quite a few cardboard bales this weekend, so got a shipment of those ready to go. There'll be some more money.
I contributed to the revolving fund,
Perfect. Well, revolving fund?
well, the demo fund.
Perfect.
Anything else?
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Jason. Building inspector, code enforcement. What did anyone find out?
I provided you what I got answers back from the listserv, excuse me. As to the hourly population, is it one job, two jobs, two people? There a range, there's only one or two that's close to our population. Excuse me. $62.4 you've got advertised is $30 an hour.
And that is for a combined building inspector, code enforcer.
That's correct.
Okay.
Which some of the communities had it combined and the health officer was tossed in. I get back from Fremont, Hampton Falls, Guilford, Henniker, Plymouth, Enright, Canterbury. They range from 18 hours a week to 40 hours a week, part-time, full-time. Most of them were combined. Canterbury was one person. Obviously, it's the same person. Most of them were. Two, Hampton Falls and Enfield included the health officer as well. Only one of them was full-time, and the full-time was $74,000 a year. I also asked how many attended, if they had to go to attend the night meetings, because we're asking them to do that. And the one that makes $74,000 a year goes once or twice a year. Most of them are rare, and then there was one, Hampton Falls. He makes $53.48 an hour, but he goes to planning, zoning, CIP, BOS when needed. The rest were when needed, if requested, once, twice a year. Only attends if requested, so. That's all I got back from the listserv. Granted, it was the holiday week, so not everybody was there either.
So I think the crux of our question is we currently have a building inspector line that is proposed to be funded at full-time. And we have a code enforcement line which is proposed to be funded at half-time. So if we're intending on only filling 40 of the 60 hours a week, can we reduce the other 20 hours a week? So that's the question, I believe, correct? Beth was shaking her head, so.
I mean, I just know that since I've been here, the roster, if you will, of the building has been code enforcement officer, building inspector, administrative assistant, and assessing clerk for over there. I mean, if you're thinking about combining one,
Well,
or
we
eliminating,
kind of made that decision, and when I say kind of in quotes, we made that decision when we put out the job description, didn't we?
When you decided the job description was gonna be, yes, the warrant article did for the full-time building inspector.
Right. Right.
But we had a part-time,
and is that why we're not getting anyone?
what's that?
Is that why we're not getting any interest, because
Well, we
it's
did
too
actually
much?
finally get some interest, and last week I said, until we figure out what we're doing, let's not bring anybody in for an
Okay.
interview. I almost choked when I said it.
I wasn't in the room.
Well, we've been trying to hire somebody for so long, and then we
So
finally get
long.
4 people apply, and it's like, but don't interview. It's like, ah.
So which lines did we say were what? We talked about 160, we talked about 368.
368 is the part-time code enforcement.
So where was the 29,000 plus or minus that the warrant article was for? Where was that added to?
The building department, code enforcement, line 368,
Okay, so that was, we considered that the building inspector.
Correct.
yes.
Inspector's salary.
And I think at the time, I said this before, we had the part-time person on board.
Mhm.
And that's why we only went the article with that person for that amount of money, because it was gonna be one job, not mixed.
Okay, so what was the other line item? One was 368, what was the other one?
It's gonna be the line 160.
160.
160.
And where's the land use coordinator coming out of? Because 160 is coordinator.
Administrative assistant,
The first line is the assistant, the second line was the transcriber, and the third line is the zoning coordinator.
right. So if you look at building, you have a assistant under 369, an assistant under 158, that makes your full-time assistant. Split between 2 departments. $369 and 158.
But what you're getting at is you wanna merge 160 salary into code enforcement.
I think that's a question.
Okay.
Yeah. Because that's not the way we're trying to hire, so if we're trying to do something that's not reflected in the budget, do we need to change what we're doing?
Okay.
Or are we doing what we want to do and we need to change the budget? And by want, I mean what we believe is gonna staff and provide services.
Yeah.
So 160 is the land use coordinator,
Which was part-time, yeah.
which is part-time.
Right.
And that is not a code enforcer, or is a code enforcer. No.
No. That was the gentleman who receives zoning complaints, issues, follows up. Was talking to the zoning board and the planning board, making sure that ordinances were being followed. The code enforcement, I hate how it's termed, but that's the building inspector.
Okay, so that's line 368,
Correct,
which is 40 hours a week.
Yes.
correct,
Okay.
at $30 an
So
hour.
I am just totally screwing this up, and we're not doing anything different than what we intend to do.
Yeah.
Your job description does.
You know, I mean, we could, our job description.
160, though, is not the code enforcement. You just said that. So 160 is a land use person.
The title we used was zoning administrator.
Yeah.
So line 60, person hired in that position was administrator, zoning administrator,
On which line?
160.
160?
Land use, the coordinator.
Yeah, so that was what Tony did. He would, when people would come in, call, question, he basically said, I got this land, what can I do with it? He fielded those types of calls and did some research for someone. Not necessarily did he go out, he didn't go out and do code enforcement.
I'm sorry, once again, 158 and 369 will be the land use coordinator.
No.
That's, no,
159 and what?
and
369.
369.
369, right,
Yeah.
Beth? 369
369,
and
158
158 would be the
is the
full-time
admin assistant, administrative assistant,
for the land use.
and code enforcement.
And what?
It's so it's a 40-hour employee, but she worked 20 hours as the land use administrative assistant, and she worked 20 hours as the code enforcement administrative assistant.
And that will be the land use coordinator.
Yes. Well,
Thank you.
No,
I think we
No.
still advertise it as the land use administrative assistant, full-time.
Okay, all
Yeah.
right. Yes. So now the question is, I don't know what the question is. So the question is what, take 160 to $1 and then either leave the code enforcer inspector as it is or increase it? Is that where we're at?
That's my
Yes.
understanding. And based on the responses that we've gotten and some of the comparables, I'm not sure that we do need to increase it.
Do you have with you the list of open recs?
The open positions?
Yes.
So, I have it,
Gave it to us somewhere around 11:11.
yeah.
And I thought it was in an email, but I think you just handed it out.
These gentlemen are holding out, are you gonna get to warrant articles tonight?
No.
That answer you guys' questions? Okay,
Sounds good to me.
that's what they were waiting for.
Excellent town administration.
We'll see you next week. Happy New Year.
I see you next year.
Yeah, see you next year.
So I had sent you guys on November 21st, a land use full-time administrative assistant, a building inspector full-time, zoning administrator part-time, librarian part-time, equipment operator full-time, police chief, police officer full-time, fire captain full-time, park and rec director part-time. Those are the ones I had. It was on 11/21. I sent it to you.
Okay, so the administrative assistant, the first one, the full-time is 158 plus 369.
Hang on.
Correct.
It sounds that way, yes, 158.
Am I right on this? Okay, if I write on there, I'll make a copy
Nope, I'm
afterwards.
fine.
69. Yes.
The building inspector is line item 368.
Yes.
Zoning administrator is line item 160.
Yes.
So what I think I was conflating was whether or not, when we said building inspector slash code enforcement, that we were doing was basically eliminating line item 160, and that's not true. Because that is zoning administrator, which is a different requisition, different person, different job description than
yes.
code enforcement altogether.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm satisfied. Are you?
Satisfied with leaving
That,
it?
yes, with leaving it, that we're not asking for more money than we're actually intending to spend. We do have open recs for both of those positions, and it's correctly reflected in the proposed budget.
Not,
I can't tell.
not for the zoning administrator.
I'm sorry?
You
Not
have
for
a,
the zoning administrator.
you have a part-time zoning administrator at line 160.
Yeah, so that first one is line item one
Can you change
fifty-eight,
coordinator?
I'm gonna
Just-
have to.
Yeah, that's just messing everything.
369.
So the zoning administrator
Yes.
fields questions about land use. Is that?
Yes, when realtors call, asking me what they can do, what's the minimum lot size, how do I do the subdivision, when are my deadlines, things like that. It's not complaints.
Different from the land use
Correct.
administrative assistant?
There's some overlap, but we always directed them to that one person. Excuse me.
All right, so a full-time land use administrative assistant cannot do that position?
I didn't say they couldn't find the right person. You might be able to do some things, but we gotta find that one person yet.
No, right. So if we leave it, it stays open, and it stays open. It's just there at the end of the year.
I guess my understanding had been that by combining building inspector code enforcement, we were combining this zoning administrator position into building inspector.
That's how it started.
Well,
And was that 20 hours a week? Is that what's calculated in there?
25.
25,
25.
yeah.
Does it need to be 25?
We haven't had anybody in it. I mean,
I
yeah, I
guess
don't
that's
know,
where
since
we're at.
March.
If we needed it, could it be 15, or would it be sufficient? And that would be if the person that we would get for the land use administrative assistant couldn't handle them, and we had to hire someone to take some of that burden on.
Or,
Would we need a full 25
or
hours?
land use assistant and building inspector code enforcement, if the two of them can't handle it.
Did we just lose half the board?
What decisions do you want to make?
Wow,
We're gonna find
two of
Benji.
you.
Who had 9:30?
Yeah.
Over, under? Right, well, yeah, so that's where I'm at. Do we need 25 hours? Don't drop that to 15. Or just want to line it out, or,
Yeah, I mean, if that's the role Tony was doing, and he left, and we said, well, hey, why don't we combine these positions, then this was the position we were talking about combining.
not necessarily. From what I heard, this was a different aspect,
Yeah, he didn't do the complaints.
code enforcement.
Right. At the time, when he was here, he didn't do complaints, which was code enforcement.
He did some.
I would say, I mean,
Yeah.
we all do.
Yeah. But his main
Right,
gig was
right,
fielding these questions.
right.
So the question is, do we take that down to $1, leave everything else the way it is, or lower the hours, leave it as it is?
For 160?
On line 160, correct.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, we're trying to get a land use coordinator. And I've never thought the land use coordinator was the code enforcer, right?
Yeah, but that's not code enforcement. 160 is
Right.
not code enforcement.
And my question
Yeah.
last week, or the week before, whenever I started this, was that line 160 was the code enforcer that we had said is going to be paid out of the building inspector line item 368. So we were double dipping, was my question, or not.
It's an empty position.
It's an empty position, that's a real position that we currently have an open rec
Right.
for.
Right, there we go.
What I've learned was it's a building inspector and they're a building code enforcer. So that's how I can remember that the code enforcer and the building inspector are the same person. It's kind of confusing, but they're a code enforcer, building code enforcer. So those two get changed. But I changed it, so everything you're gonna see now, going forward, is gonna be zoning administrator and an inspector. Hopefully keep it nice and smooth, nice and smooth. Hopefully.
I think I'm chief inspector. We're getting there.
I think you're getting tired.
So do we want to leave it at 25 hours? Do we want to leave it?
Yes,
Do we want to leave it at 25 hours?
yes,
Okay.
because we don't have any better information at this point. But,
Well, it's been an open position, so
Right.
that's why.
Since last March, when Tony left.
And if we do get a land use administrative assistant and a full-time building inspector, do we need 25 hours on the zoning administrator?
it's the best information we have at this point.
Okay.
Moving down here, do you agree with all that?
Sure, yes.
Just, I am going back through my emails for references of, code enforcement, zoning, whatnot, and, yeah, the Tony, under zoning administrator, has been referred to as the code enforcement officer, which was my understanding of we were combining these roles of building inspector and code enforcement.
You call Tony code enforcement?
Everything I always saw on his business cards was zoning administrator.
Zoning administrator.
I mean, just like the one I'm looking at was an email you sent, Naomi,
Sure.
saying that you had included, calling them both zoning administrator / code enforcement officer a couple of times, saying, including them on this email. And it's,
It's because he might have been here the day we didn't have a building inspector because it was part-time. But it's fine, whatever's good written there, I can't. Yeah.
it seems, it seems like this is the first time that it's been, I've seen it put this way versus code enforcement combined into building inspector. So I thought that 160 was going to go away. But we don't have to finalize it right this second.
Anything else on the budget, for operating budget?
So we're not gonna we're gonna leave it alone?
Those lines?
Yes.
Yeah?
Also, we want to start from the beginning.
What's that?
You're so funny.
Want to start from
You
the
said,
beginning?
unless you just want to start over and start from the beginning.
We can't, we'll have to put the other off the bid too anyway. So that cleaning services we can't answer.
Yep.
IT still open.
IT's open till the 13th as well. There's 2 blanks still.
Right. Okay, so I don't think we can do anything tonight on warrant articles, given the time. I would like to request that be the only topic for our next meeting.
Be the warrant or the budget and the warrant?
Both.
Okay, so just to let you know, you're gonna open bids for the generator though. That's already
We'll open
posted.
the bids for the generator.
That's it.
Okay. Any go-backs on the budget before we move on?
I want to ask, is everybody comfortable with the Parks and Rec, the way we have it right now?
I am.
Okay.
Yep.
Different opinion?
Well, I do have a different opinion, but I don't know if I'm going to sway. There's a couple other people that add anything back to that one.
So Beth, I know you just shut down your computer. Did you have a tally on where you think we ended up for?
4.62, no, 2.62% increase. 2.62.
I was gonna say, if it's 4, we better not,
Stay up.
yeah.
I also see 2.62, that's 2.62 over default, which is 9.64 over the 2024 approved budget.
Well,
It's
I would
5
just,
on mine, but
yeah, I would just
this-
caution everybody that, over the approved budget, that we have to remind, ourselves that the voters voted in a lot of things on warrant articles. So those rightfully go into the default budget.
Yep.
So you're not comparing apples and apples. It's apples and oranges when you do that. So just reminding everybody that's listening that
Yeah, I
it's
think
not a 9%
we had-
increase on our part.
we have spent a lot of time picking apart this operating budget. I think we've done a fine job, and the next step of the job is not necessarily putting every single thing in front of the voters so that next year's 10 or 15% because of the warrant articles.
Right.
Yeah, because we start at 4.83%. Default over approved, 2024 approved to to the 2025 default.
What are they, Mark?
So I had, after I went back, I got beat up pretty good because, axed a lot of things. One thing I was hoping that you guys may reconsider, and it's the only thing, was, line 351, the physicals and immunizations. We had cut that down to $2,000. I was requesting 8, and we cut it down to 2. And after talking to everyone, the physicals and cancer screening has been something we've been really trying to champion on for the past, well, at least the last 2 or 3 years. Even when Chief Olson was here, it was something we talked about. So I agreed to 2 last week, and I'm going back on that and seeing what you guys thought on that. What's your guys' thoughts on that?
Your original ask was 8?
Correct.
And if I maybe go back to our discussion earlier where we did the end-of-year purchase of the protective equipment, that corresponds with the protective clothing line, correct?
No. This is physicals,
No,
the annual
but
physical.
but the end-of-year purchase,
For the
the
54,000.
9 sets, that would correspond with the protective clothing line?
Correct, yes, sorry.
And I just, because I think we can, because Trevor was speaking to that a bit, and he said that would mean that line could be,
10 or 12.
right,
It would be 2 sets and there's 20 in there.
he said 12.
12.
No, the paperwork you have in front of you, actually, that he gave you, the slip on top, if you look at the top line item, that's assuming that we're running on an $18,000 line item for the protective clothing.
But he,
Now, I talked to him about that, and we could, although that would be phenomenal if we had that, but I understand that, and we had dropped that down to 10,000. We had talked about 12,000 even in that line, but
so right now it says 20. For protective gear. Is that, are we all looking at the same thing?
We are.
is that what it was down to?
Well,
Did we just cut
We were just
5?
about to say that
It's,
if
Okay.
you want to come up on the other line.
Okay,
I'll-
no, then
12 on the other.
I'm mistaken, so the 20 is there.
are you looking to
and
go to
that's-
12?
But that's why I started
No.
asking, was if we can wiggle on that, because we made the big
Yeah,
purchase,
and
then
then put it down
it's a
below.
lot easier to do the physical immunization.
Can, well, as he stated on the top of the thing, we need the 18, so if we can move at least 2,000 into the physical part and maybe add another 2,000 to bring it maybe up to 6.
So line 350 goes to 18,000?
Correct, from 20 to 18. And that would still be okay with us. And just move that 2,000 out of that into the physicals and immunization. And then I would ask for, at least to try to get some of the people done this year.
So the line 351 would go from what to what then?
Well, the proposed is 2,000 now. We would take 2,000 from the line above and dump it into that, would be 4. And then I'm asking you for at least a minimum of another
Okay, so
2,000,
you're
so it'd be
proposing
6,000 total.
351 and just 351 from 2,000 to 6,000.
Correct.
Okay.
And then the line above it, the 20,000 would
part,
go
right.
down to 18.
Okay.
And we would still be able to do our gear purchase with that.
And just going back to the gear purchase,
Yes.
since the yearly line item at 18 lets you buy 3, right?
Yeah.
Because he had said 6 per, but then he had said, you know, it's a nice to have, but if the minimum, if we can do this bulk purchase, that puts us at a minimum of 12, don't take it to 10, do 12, and then you could do a purchase of 2, and that gets you all the way out to, you know, and that's what he took us out to 2031, where we get caught up with the current roster. Again, caveat, nobody new hired on 2032 starting to move. So, and I'm just asking the question that 18 is really nice, but 12 is the bare minimum in that.
Well, the sets of gear are roughly $6,000 a piece when you buy boots and a helmet. So,
Yeah.
you know, the pants, the ensemble, the pants and the jacket are about 5, a little over 5. And then to buy boots and a helmet, which also have a 10-year expiration on them. You know, so it ends up being like around $6,000 per person. So that's why, and that does include, like, if we buy 2 sets of gear for $12,000, if someone needs a hood, someone ruins something, I have absolutely no money in that account to buy that. Gloves, I have nothing to buy.
That was the next question.
So-
How often are you buying piecemeal, the bits and pieces, not just full?
Oh, that happens all the time. I mean, if someone's gloves get contaminated, they can't, when we try to clean them, but if they can't clean them, we ditch them, you know, or a hood or something like that. I mean, the hoods get replaced. That's the reason for the,
But could we take that to 15
Yeah, if we drop the protective gear to 15, then
or 16?
that gives you basically a half a set, 2.5.
yeah, you can't buy half a set.
Well, no,
Right,
but gives you a little extra
Yeah.
for your pieces.
The equivalent of half a set.
Are you shuffling the 620 to 16 and then the 4 down to the next line, is what you're thinking?
That 2 becomes a 4, becomes a 6.
Yeah, that's right.
That way you can still buy 2 sets plus some extra gear, and then you can fully fund the physicals and immunization, right?
Yeah.
So-
16 and 6, right? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, if we could do that, that'd be good. At least that would get me started, or the department started on, it wouldn't provide everyone a physical, but we could scatter that a little bit. It's better than nothing, I guess, at this point.
And this is perfect.
Yeah, no, it's that's well beyond when I'm gonna be here.
That's exactly what we asked for.
Yeah.
10 years from now.
This makes it very easy to
Yeah,
justify.
the chief worked hard on that, so,
He conveniently got a call and got to leave early.
yeah.
He stepped out into the hallway, and the next thing you know, a call showed up. I don't know if he'd asked for one.
Oh,
I think it's
Alright.
because I assume he's watching, but.
So and is that okay? Is that good? Can we do that? Awesome. The only thing that I have left for you that's very imperative is this hazard mitigation plan that I've been talking about. Okay? The one that we have, the grant. So I talked to June, which is the lady who is doing our emergency operation plan, and she looked all that stuff over, and basically Remember how I said that the town had to have a match? There is no match for the town. The match is that you supply yourselves to come to meetings. That's the match.
We did before.
And, yeah, and I'm not familiar with that, so I was good. I had talked to, well, Beth's even gone. I talked to Beth, and she said, yeah, so that's what has that. So there's really not a dollar amount that the town has to come up with. You have to come up with your time, right? It's everybody's time, and that's considered the portion of money that's
Yeah,
for that.
and the police have had that before.
Okay, so that's what needs to happen, but you guys need to vote on that and have minutes to accept that. That's what's in that paperwork that I sent over to you
And
guys.
since it's over 10,000, it would have to be a 2-week noticed meeting. Because it was $12,000.
But
The value is 12,000.
the value of the, okay. Well, if we could do that as soon as possible, because all that expires, and that's gonna mean meetings for you guys, like probably back to back to back to back, quite a few meetings that we're gonna have to have. So,
Can we do it on the 20th?
whatever 2 weeks is, the sooner the better.
2 weeks from now is the 13th at 10:30. So,
So it'd have to be the 20th.
It has to
Okay.
be the 20th.
Okay,
We'll advertise for that.
all right.
All right.
God, I can't, I wrote 24.
That was it. I had to bring that up tonight. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
And thank you for the, for
No, I
listen to me
appreciate
on
it.
the
I
other
know-
stuff.
I know we put you through a lot of,
So-
go find it, go get this, go
Yeah,
find
no,
this, and I appreciate you guys.
that's fine. That's what
working through this.
that's our job, to give you guys information, so. Thank you, and I appreciate the town and the voters and everybody that's supporting us.
Okay. All right. Let's see if we can get through, an administrator's report.
Yeah, well, you've taken care of most of it.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. You did the 24, 26 earlier, you did the public hearing, you did the financial update, you finalized, or continue finalizing.
Yeah, I think we're really close.
Yeah, I do too. Almost there.
Yep.
We can see the finish line. We'll draft warrant articles next week. You did the lawn care, cleaning will go back out to bid. Eaton, you awarded. I just had a quick question. Denise had asked why I hadn't put the part-time job description on the website for the Park and Rec Director, and I just said that it was gonna be looked at here first.
Yeah, I agree.
And
I
the
think
same
we
thing.
talked about that.
Yeah, the same thing with the bylaws. So I know next week we
Yeah,
have to.
we can't do it next week,
Okay. So maybe the 13th?
maybe. Depends on how far we get with warrant articles. Those
Mm-hmm. Okay.
have to be done.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm gonna put a question mark. I do a little bit more, the important dates have been on here. I just release them as we, request, right to know request from Mr. Fillmore. I do have to just ask how to get into the folder that Salem has created a folder. I don't know how to do it. If I just hit yes, it might just ask you if I have access. I don't know.
I don't know either. Well, it couldn't hurt.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
I thought I had set it up where you just would have access, but
And then, I don't know, have you finished the other right to know request for Mrs. Pratt, the first one?
Yes, I believe
Okay.
we have,
All
we
done?
have that.
Who wants to take this stuff on tonight?
It's pretty simple. Contracts readily available.
One of them requires reaching out to the ethics board, but the other two items are readily available. Did you make us a copy of that? Okay. Is the first one complete? I didn't hear your answer.
Yes.
Yes.
He heard.
Thank you.
Yep. And then the generator, you're gonna open on the 6th, IT is the 13th, public hearing for the fire increase is 13. I didn't get a chance to do anything with 75. Building inspector applicants, I know I moved it down below. I know we need to get through these other things first. Hazard
Yeah,
mitigation.
I'm okay with you pre-screening them like you were doing for the other positions, if you want to do that.
Pre-screen? Okay.
and maybe just make sure they're aware that it is of high priority, but right now there are very high priorities that we
Yeah.
are obligated to do by law.
Okay. Hazard mitigation, he just asked you. Then I didn't get a building report from Mary Ann. She was off. She'd been off since Tuesday. The rest hasn't really changed. I'm gonna let us get through deliberative session actually to meet with the food pantry so we can get that off our, because you got to finish your warrant articles, you have to have your public hearing, then you get deliberative session, so,
If I remember correctly, they have the document.
yeah.
Okay, so we're not waiting
I
to
don't know how
send it.
anybody's looked at it through holidays, but
Okay,
I'm thinking that we could, February 1st is deliberative session. So if we can do it right after that, because you got a little bit between February 1st and vote, so. Of which you'll
Yeah.
be doing the town report and things like that.
town report and
The mailer.
sealed minutes,
Yep,
that kind of stuff,
in the mailer.
mailer.
That's all. I've honestly not
Okay.
changed anything more.
Any questions for the town administrator?
Did you do anything with Worthley Road?
No, I said I haven't had, that's why there's
Oh,
no
I'm sorry.
response. No, that's okay.
should have
I didn't
said-
have a chance to, it was a short week.
Okay, we have 3 more sets of minutes, November 25th.
Should have 4, 5 after tonight.
Well, 3 I have in my,
Oh,
Handouts.
Yes, I'll get you the 23rd.
yeah.
Is that replace?
You
That's
ready?
replace, that's a replace. Oh, you gonna do it now?
Yep.
Okay.
Um,
Hang on, let me find them.
11:25.
All right.
Yeah, and those, like I noted earlier, they weren't on the agenda, so I didn't even look to
Okay,
review.
we
them.
can move
I had the
these.
2nd and the 9th,
Okay,
personally.
12-2?
12:02.
Salem, I will say your list was very nice. I don't know how long it takes you to do it, but it worked well.
Well, I have a similar list, it's only 3 items for the second. Line 26, 91:A should be 91-A. It's actually the same change on 235. And then on 232,
32, yeah?
Avatar is spelled wrong.
Oh, yeah.
That's all I had for December 2nd.
Line 78, I'd like to propose that we add in somewhere in that paragraph that the library trustees approve the proposed budget. Somewhere in that section. Doesn't have to be that first paragraph, somewhere in that section.
Just add a sentence?
Yeah.
Okay.
And lines 109 to 111, Finance Administrator Rouse provided her opinion that the difference of the hourly rate between the former council and the new council was the increase, and that's not entirely true, and we talked about that during the meeting, so somehow that needs to be reflected that,
It's her opinion.
yes.
Okay.
And 198 says a candidate for the land use position was offered the position. I'm not sure they were formally offered. You talked about what it would take to hire them, and
Yeah.
you never got to a formal offer,
No.
so they weren't offered.
Interviewed for the position.
Yes. And on 233,
33,
last line,
yep.
last sentence, Chair Matthews will respond. Chair Matthews will insert draft a response for the board to respond to the citizen. And I still have that as an open action.
You'll draft a response for the board.
Yeah, so that we can then in turn respond to the citizen.
On behalf of the board?
No, I'm going to draft it for us. I'm not going to send it without you all seeing it and saying, yes, I concur.
Got it.
That's all I had on December 2nd. Anybody else?
Yeah, line 29, where it says she attended, that should be while in attendance at.
Okay.
And should also, after November 21st, should say she had to approach the ethics board to deliver.
To deliver, okay.
35,
Five.
where it says an earlier meeting, that should be at that same meeting.
Multiple times at that same meeting?
Yep.
Okay.
40,
40, okay.
yeah, instead of to address, it should be and handed.
Okay.
86.
Yes.
Where it says cost of cutting funds,
Okay.
should be only if there is unspent monies at the end of the year.
But at the,
Anyway, let me try,
these services
I
are,
wrote this, but
but at the, but only if these services are performed annually, but,
only if there is unspent monies at the end of the year. Cost of cutting funds shouldn't be there.
okay.
I got line 201, should be building inspector, code enforcement. That's all I got.
Okay. James, anything?
No.
Okay. I'll accept a motion to approve the December 2nd, 2024 minutes as amended. Anyone like to move that?
So move. Second.
Moved by Selectman Pratt, seconded by Selectman Bloom. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, say yes or yea. Yes?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 4-0-0. December 9th.
Are these considered final? Because I know the December 9th ones
Yeah.
came,
I thought there was a hole in it.
Probably might be.
there was a
Number
mention of,
65.
Oh, yeah, there is about a dealership.
Yeah.
but I thought that these came out at the same time.
The first draft you guys looked at, and then she finished for the weekend. So that has the rest of the forest fire and everything. But there is a hole I see for the dollar.
Yep, 65. The only other thing I had was 106 to 108 was a motion, and just, it should be bold for consistency.
So it's bold. Do we know what the local dealership for blank?
It was 52,656.
52,656. Thank you.
Yeah, I was wondering if she didn't bold it because that wasn't the final motion.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Okay.
But I do think it should be bolded because it was a motion. It was later
Yes.
withdrawn, but it was a motion.
Mhm.
And 195, William Lambert, I believe with the T on the end. 369,
369,
remove deputy.
69. Oh, yep.
And this was her second set of minutes, I believe, so they're very thorough. I would still comment that they're closer to transcripts than minutes.
Okay.
Anybody else have any changes? Okay. I would accept a motion to approve the December 9th, 2024 minutes as amended this evening. Moved by Selectman Bloom, seconded by anyone?
Second.
Selectman Pratt, thank you. Any discussion? All in favor, say yes or yay. Yes?
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Did you vote?
I'm sorry, yes.
Anyone abstain? So the yes is 4. Motion passes 4-0-0. Okay. We still have sealed minutes that we haven't reviewed, so put those on the list. Again, October 21, 28, November 4th, and December 23rd. Well, that's some progress. Okay, anybody have a selectmen committee updates?
I don't think anybody met since
Yeah.
last week, did we?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I didn't,
Oh.
Okay. Any correspondence or other business?
no, I've got a conservation.
Okay.
Just got a couple things. There was only one response for the town forester from Meadowson Consulting Company, which was a very comprehensive package. With that, the board voted in unanimous decision to award the contract to Meadowson. There was discussion by Chair Fulton about as to whether there would be merit in meeting with the BOS to discuss further, to which I responded that there would not be a need since the Conservation Commission would be granting the award. Naomi will be initiating the preparation of the contract to make it effective February 1st, 2025, as it was discussed with the Conservation Commission when the RFP was placed. Next, the Conservation Commission will be placing an article on the warrant mimicking Article 23 for 2024 to appropriate $25,000 from the town forest account for forestry-related activities and maintenance. And lastly, the Poor Farm boundary issue continues to be worked on for resolution, and the Conservation Commission has asked that the town attorney contact the landowner to propose resolution. That's all I got.
So they have everything they need.
I think,
The attorney?
From the Conservation Commission, the Conservation Commission is everything they need to work with the attorney.
Yes.
Everything is going well,
Yes.
as far as process goes.
Correct.
Okay.
Just to be pedantic, they aren't putting anything on the warrant, but they would be requesting that we do.
what did you say?
I'd say conservation is not themselves putting anything on the warrant, but they would request that we do.
Yeah, the annual, I think what he talked about was that
Right.
annual.
Yeah.
We always wait for an amount.
Yep.
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
did. So the amount I had.
I'm not suggesting that we don't, but it's up to us.
Yeah,
it's not
I
up to
just
them.
needed a number, and
Yeah, I think it was just clarification of decision-making.
Yep.
Yeah. The Cemetery Trustees Advisory Committee on December 15th went out to try to find the remnants of the pest house or the bean burial site. Zero luck. So, just letting y'all know. Coldest morning of the year so far, and I went out there and did it. I was really proud of myself. Okay.
was that something we were missing? I just was curious.
Well,
We don't have to talk.
yeah, we can talk about it another day. Okay. Anything else? Correspondence, other business? We've already set the agenda for 1/6. That would be finalize the operating budget and discuss warrant articles.
And open-
Open generator bids.
Yep. Excuse me.
Anything else that cannot wait?
No.
What was the IT bid date?
13th.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. We did have a police request to repair number 5 transmission that we never circled back to, from the dam fund. Do you want to talk about that and authorize that to be done today? Or does he need our authorization since it's less than $5,000? That's a
If it's
question.
coming out of the, if it's coming out of the fund, it needs you guys to
Okay.
do it.
I would like to motion that we authorize repair of police cruiser number 5's transmission in the amount of $4,720.08 with the funds coming from the dam fund. Would anyone like to second that?
Second.
I just
Seconded.
question, you said 47.9?
472008.
Yeah, I had 49.20, but that's okay. 47.20, oh wait.
Check
I
the
thought he
number
said-
before we vote.
I thought he said,
492008.
they said 49.20.
49, thank you very much. I'll amend that to 492008. James, are you okay with that amendment?
Yes.
You're all right with that? Okay. 492008. Any further discussion?
When is that vehicle supposed to come out of service?
I don't have that with me.
It was not this coming year.
Yeah.
It was, I think, the year after or 2 years from now.
Okay. Be glad when those are gone.
Yep.
2027.
Seemed like a good idea
Seven,
at the time.
Okay.
2027.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? All in favor, say yes or yay.
Yes.
Yes.
Anyone opposed? Anyone abstain? Motion passes 400. And thanks for clarification on the amount. We would have been short. Motion to adjourn, 10:42.
Second. Third?
All in favor?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Passes 400. Happy New Year, everyone.